Okay.
And we're live, impromptu stream. Mitch, I love you. Yeah, buddy!
Slapping me head.
What's happening, buddy?
I'm just so bald. How you
just noticing that now?
Just occurred to us now when I was slapping my head. I was like, how incredibly bald. You know what I mean? But I'm enjoying it though. I've got a nice smooth head. That's nice.
Does being bald affect you differently during seasons? During the winter, you have to deal with things differently than in the summertime?
Well, it's cold. And right. I've had a long time to get used to it because I started going bald when I was 19. Right. So I've had a long time to get used to being bald, but like generally I'm acclimatized now. I usually wear a hat in the summer because I don't want to get burned on the top of your head. It's bad news. That's like how you get like heat stroke and shit like that. So I don't let myself get burned. I usually wear a hat or something like that, or at least like stay out of the sun. And then apart from that, I'm all right.
Well, it's good to see you. It's good to do a stream. We were supposed to stream earlier today. Wait, is today Wednesday? What day is today?
It's the Ides of Mitch. Beware the Ides of Mitch. It's the 15th of March, the 74th day on the Roman calendar. So it is Wednesday, yes.
It is. Yeah, today was supposed to be the top 5 Dior Privé. I had to postpone that, reschedule because something has come up. I was asked to help a family member out, and it was important to me enough where they are important to me enough where I wanted to be there for them for today. And so we're going to reschedule. And I want to keep like as many of the people that were planned to be in the live stream, like Ramsey, yourself, Rudy, and Bobby Ono. And now rescheduling is big, like kind of a conflict because somebody can't make the next day. So I'm going to have to figure something out. But we'll try and get it out, as quickly as we can.
No problem. I'm usually free whenever, so.
Yeah. My apologies for that. I know a lot of people were looking forward to the top 5 Dior Privé, which I have been spending a lot of time, like since we decided to do that video, going over my Privé, and man, I got a lot to say and I got a lot of thoughts. Some good, some not so good, but I've really been struggling with this list. And yesterday I was going through a bunch of them, like trying to decide which one to wear for the day, just to collect some more thoughts, and going through them and sniffing them. I was like, oh, I don't think I can do it. There's just something about that line that rubs me the wrong way. Some are great, I love, but others they're not as appetizing.
Yeah. Somebody left a comment on my Francois Demarchais legacy video that I did. Like, God, like somebody left a comment and they were like, wow, I can't remember what they said. Said like, I'm surprised to hear that you've said this, like what I said about him. Basically, I'm being shit.
Can you remind us what you said?
Oh, yes. I basically said that, like, my opinion had gone through the floor of him because he took credit for other perfumers' work. I thought that he was basic. I thought that the stuff that he was producing now was just, like, all commercial perfume. And he apparently, if I can't remember if I don't know if you remember that I went to a Dior perfume gig thing, and the guy who was presenting it said that Francois Demarchais had complete creative freedom when it came to the Dior Privé line. And if you have smelled anything after 2015, 2016, you will know that they've all been rubbish. Like I have yet to smell one post Queer Canot, post Patchouli Imperial that I think is worth buying. Never mind worth the money. I think they're basic as fuck. Any of those perfumes could have been released. Any of those perfumes could have been released in a normal designer bottle, and I still would have struggled to pay the money for them. You know, if they were Sauvage prices, I still think that those wouldn't have been worth it. Stuff like the Diorama. Is it Diorama or Diorama?
Diorama.
Yeah, Diorama. Fucking Rose Kabuki. Fucking Trafalgar, Rouge Trafalgar. Eden Rock. All of them. I just think that they're dross. You know, it's just very, very poor.
I don't even mind those ones. It's for me. I struggled more with the even more creative ones like Tobacolor and Vanilla Diorama. That's the one I didn't like. The vanilla one.
Yeah. I would say I could lump all of them in together, even like Purple Oud. Spice Blend is nice, but Spice Blend is nice, but if you take into context the price, it's shocking. It's rubbish for the price. You know, it's absolutely scandalous. Actually, the pricing of it. And
Spice Blend is not bad. I agree. They're not bad, but they're. I wouldn't call them great by any means. It's like acceptable. No. It's the bare minimum that you would accept or expect from a brand like Christian Dior.
You know, yeah, and the best perfumes, the best.
Where's the rest of it? Where's the rest of it?
Yeah, where's the rest of the perfume? That's a pretty good way of putting it. Where is the rest of it? It's I think his best perfumes were Dior were flankers. Like Fahrenheit Absolute, Eau Sauvage Parfum.
That was good.
Eau Sauvage Parfum's brilliant. Like, you know what I mean? It's really good, but again, it's a riff on somebody else's theme. You've got.
I think in that one time frame, there was about a year. It was about a year apart where some of the worst things happened for people like us, coming from Francois Demachy and Christian Dior, and that was releasing Fève Délicieuse and Dior Sauvage. And in that time, it was like a switch that was clicked overnight at Christian Dior, and with that switch, everything had changed. They had lost that bad boy reputation, that image that they've spent decades creating, right? And with Fève Délicieuse, everything that had come after that had gone really soft. They had lost their edge. It felt like Christian Dior had turned into Sam Smith after that point, you know?
A little piggy.
Completely lost its edge, soft, boring, nothing to say, really. Their perfumes feel like they have nothing to say, and they lack interest. But Fève to me felt like the first sellout of any designer exclusive release that got away from the artistry, that got away from creativity, and put something out that was easy, mass appealing, very likable, and didn't really stir any sort of imagination for me, right?
Yeah.
And then when Sauvage came out, I mean, great fragrance in terms of selling millions of bottles and having, young men excited for it, but ultimately it's Dior Sauvage, right? It's one step above like Axe body spray.
Yeah. So which do you think is the better fragrance, Dior Sauvage or Fève Délicieuse? I know that's like asking which of your fingers you would like to lose.
Fucking hell. Oh, they're both completely dross, man. They're awful, both of them.
I would tend to agree. I would think that Delicious is better, though. Smells better.
Well, I mean, it's at a higher price point, higher quality ingredients, but still, like that, just that syrupy, goopy sugariness it takes away from everything.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. Really, I'm just wondering which one you thought was better out of the two of them. You know what I mean?
I don't wear either of them. It's, it's not something that I have in a rotation. I own both of them, but they're not something that I ever look forward to wearing.
Yeah.
For me, they're not what I consider. They're not likes. I have no connection to either of those.
I don't read that. I don't
very
read that.
disconnected from both of those genres of perfume. They're very easy and simple.
It's a bit. I mean, I've sold my Fève de la Suisse. I had a 450 ml, and I would have never gone anywhere near getting through that ever.
I had 2 bottles myself.
Right. I've got 2 bottles of Eau Noir. I've got 2 bottles of Quai Canage. But I mean, if I keep selling perfumes at the rate I've been selling them, then there's a very good chance I'll get through those. Do you know what I mean? I could not imagine wearing Fève de la Suisse on a regular basis at all. It's just far too sweet. I recently sold Frappan's 1270, which was re-released by Frappan, and that was so sweet. I smelled that before. I do this before I accept any sort of sale or anything. I smell it one last time, simply before I press accept, just to make sure. Right, and I smelled that Frappan, and I was like, "Oh, I feel like stuff started happening. I felt sick. I felt like I was getting a headache. I felt like I was contracting diabetes. I was like, fuck." I felt like I'd had do you know when you've had too much shit chocolate, shit food, not like bad quality, and it's just sugar with it's just essentially like sugar with cacao in it.
Yeah, that's garbage.
Yeah, that's what that Frappan, and it reminded us, to go back to what we were talking about. It reminded me that what Fève de la Suisse was like, except Fève de la Suisse had this I don't want to say sophistication because that's too far, but it had this kind of quality about it that wasn't quite as offensively sweet. It had a little bit of a twist, a little bit of panache, something more, but it was still just as sweet. Like comparing granulated sugar, which was the Frappan, to golden syrup. If you had too much of either of them, you would be like bleh. But if you would get quicker to being sick by eating the granulated sugar than you would the syrup.
Yeah. And I've always struggled with that note, that tonka bean note, and I can tolerate it in small doses when it's mixed in let's say fougères and coumarin and hay and leather and stuff, and you get a small dose of it. But when something is built on, the whole note is the star of the show, it's big turn off for me. I can't deal with it.
Yeah,
it's too much. It's like overindulging. One piece of chocolate is fine, but when you eat the whole box, how do you feel after? You feel like crap.
Exactly.
Fucking regret that.
Yeah, totally. That's exactly what I mean. It's like an overload. It's too much. Don't mind a little bit of sweetness.
Yeah. Are we going to turn this into a Francois Damashi bashing session, or?
Oh my god, you can if you want. It might be. It'd be a good idea because it's fun. It would be a bad idea because we are going to. We're going to be doing that Dior stream.
Yeah, yeah, and we've done this. We've done this many times. We've done
this.
So as I was going through my Dior's the other day, I was like, which one should I wear? And I started to get like a little twang in the back of my head. Like, I was like, oh no, this is not a good. It's almost like the start of a headache, you know?
Got you.
I was like, I don't want to wear any of them. I pushed them all to the side, and I'm like, out of anger, you know, out of like, I was so angry at the Privé. Out of anger, I was like, I'm gonna wear Uncut Gem because Uncut Gem is gonna show the Privé. And I took this to work, and I wore it. And again, like when I get to work and I spray it on, it was like instant regret. I was like, why do I have this too far? You know?
Yeah.
So I don't know what the hell's going on with Perfume.
It's just quite. I think it feels like we are at rock bottom. You know, especially with that raid on the perfume houses. You know, where they've all been like indicated in allegedly being a cartel. You know, all the different perfume houses. It would explain a lot of things, with the end point being that everything smells the same now. You know, how even if you get something from one perfume house, even if you get it from another oil house, they've got the same, they're all selling the same shit, you know what I mean? And they're charging a fucking hell of a lot of money for it, you know? And it would explain why that's happening, or why that has happened. I think it feels like we're at rock bottom. I can't see how.
Because if we were at rock bottom, that would be a good thing, because there's only one way up, one way out.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's nowhere else to go but up. And that kind of feels like where we are. I watched that Michael Edwards interview on Persolaise today. Not today, the other day. And he was saying that the perfumes you love are out there, you just haven't found them. And he means like new releases and stuff like that. He's like, Persolaise asked him, are we living through a golden age? And Michael Edwards said yes. It doesn't feel like it from where I'm looking. It doesn't feel like that from my vantage point, you know. It feels like we are being taken on a ride, or for a ride. That's what it feels like. It feels like we're being farmed, you know.
I think a lot of the unhappiness is coming from the big houses, but the big houses realize that there's so much money to be made, and you'd almost think like Christian Dior's looking at their sales of early Dior Privé, right? When they had things like very creative pieces like Leather Oud, Oud Isfahan, Patchouli Imperial, Vetiver, what else? Queer Canage, you know, the big, strong, bold, artistic pieces. And looking at those numbers compared to the easier, softer things that are more mainstream and mass appeal, like they've even gone and discontinued a lot of those, or made them really hard to find. So they are looking at what is selling and what is making profits more so than creating interesting perfume. And that's what it's become.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's like that's like literally they have worked out this really fine balance where they can put in as little effort as humanly possible, put in as little investment as humanly possible, and extract the most money from it. So they would call it efficiency. They would call it like marketing, research. You know, we would call it lazy. We would call it boring. We would call it a lot of things, you know. But like efficient is a very, very dangerous word in art if you consider perfume art. Which it wouldn't be so bad if the perfume houses didn't say that they were artists, because they think that sounds good. You know, yes, our perfumer is an artist, of course. Well, why does he make shit art? You know what I mean?
Very appealing art, yeah.
Why does he make like massive? Why does he make stuff that like most people want to see? There's no struggle or pain there. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I gotta be honest. I don't feel like Dimashi is the perfumer that a lot of people see him as, because when he came to Dior, he didn't come as a perfumer. He went in there as an accountant, promising them that he could reformulate all of their perfumes and create them at a much cheaper cost, a much cheaper price. You remember there was that story at the time, it was really big. Like, he was the one that reformulated Dior Homme. He was the one that it was the Dior Homme reformulation that kind of brought light to how reformulations work, how perfume is considered art, and all you have to do is change one ingredient or molecule or note, and then it becomes, your own property. You don't owe anybody riches for it. And when he had it was Firmenich, I believe, that had created Dior Homme. Olivier Polge with Firmenich, and he had come in and he had said to Dior that he could reformulate this, make it just as great, but much more cost effective, much cheaper to produce, because now they no longer need to buy the formula from Firmenich, right?
Yeah. Is that what happened?
Yeah, he had reformulated it, and now the formula belongs to Christian Dior, opposed to having to buy it from. I think Firmenich was creating all of Dior's Dior didn't have an in-house perfumer, right?
No, right. I knew that.
It was Francis Kurkdjian. It was Annick Minardo. I don't know who else did the other Privé. Was it Cologne Royale? Who did Cologne Royale?
No, you're thinking of Cologne Blanche.
Cologne Blanche, yeah.
Yeah, Cologne Blanche. I think it was. I mean, Francis Kurkdjian's trying to take credit for it now, but we know what Dior's record's like on that.
Yeah.
So I don't know that I rightly believe him when he says that he created it. Like, so.
And even he had so you had Eau Noire, you had Cologne Blanche, and Bois d'Argent created by outside perfumers. There was a time where there was a couple of more Privés released. It was and I don't remember the years or the order. It was Oud Isfahan, Mitza, Leather Oud. And I don't believe that he had created those. I think his first works with Dior was Patchouli Imperial, Cuir Canage. I don't think Ombre Nuit doesn't feel like his work either. I feel like those were created by outside perfumers, and he had taken credit for them the same way as Bois d'Argent, Eau Noire, as he's doing now.
Yeah. No, I know what you mean. I think we've touched on this before, haven't we? About him.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, so he came in. He had promised to be able to reformulate all these perfumes, and then when he had finished that job, he had convinced them to hire them as their head perfumer. Right? Okay. He wasn't hired as a head perfumer. He was hired originally to do all the reformulations.
Did they make the decision? Because I know Chanel I know Chanel have always done everything. They've always been vertically integrated, which basically means that they keep everything in house. But did they? When do you know when they made the Dior made the decision to become vertically integrated as well? Basically, do everything in house themselves.
I think it was right after that. All the reformulate, because they went through a period where they reformulated almost everything. Do you remember the Fahrenheit reformulation, Dior Homme? And I imagine that was early 2010s.
Okay.
Dior Homme was reformulated 2011. You remember the black stem, silver
Yes.
stem, black stem? That was 2011.
Yes.
So I imagine after all the reformulations took place, then he came on as the head perfumer.
Okay. So, right, what do you think his best work for Dior was? It's not easy, is it?
I don't know.
It's not an easy question to answer, though, is it?
I mean, you can look at this so many different ways. Like you could look at the Dior Privé and say, yes, these are very beautiful pieces. They're intricate. They're soft. There's somebody out there that loves that stuff, right?
It
There's
is
somebody that loves
unusual to think, isn't it? Like it's hard to fathom that there is actually people out there who think it's fucking great.
But it's true. People love it,
It
and
is.
they're allowed to. You know, they should be able to love it. It's very different from the things that I love, though.
Yes, and you should be allowed to criticize it. Absolutely, you should be allowed to criticize it. It's not easy to. It's not easy to accept, is what I would say, that Dior is the size and has the popularity of and off the back of the last 10 years, basically. You know, Dior's a much bigger fucking company now than it was 10 years ago in terms of fragrance. Just fragrance alone, you know. LVMH have taken that. I don't know when they bought Dior, but over the last 10 years, they have taken like Dior to heights you wouldn't believe. Like they are basically Chanel's main competitor. If we keep it to just fragrances, right? If we keep it to just fragrances, I would say personally that Dior is probably more successful than Chanel as far as fragrance sales is concerned.
I would agree with you. I think that success comes from making more mass appealing things, though. Like the intent is to be successful.
Yeah.
I think it's very strategic. Their intent is very strategic.
Yes.
But that is a strategy employed by all brands under Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy. Like, you got very similar things going on at Guerlain. Exact same thing. It's just very soft, uninteresting perfumes being created. They're boring is what they are. They're really boring.
I agree that they're boring. I think they feel modern, and I don't necessarily mean that in a good way. They're using all these modern materials. They're using all these like captive molecules that they've created, which helps them line their pockets. I was listening to. I tried listening to Christophe Laudamiel on Perfume yesterday.
Yeah. Great guest, by the way.
He is a fabulous guest, a man who truly knows his stuff, very intelligent, but he's extremely difficult to listen to, especially for like 2 or 3 hours over a computer screen, over a stream, because it's almost like a stream of consciousness, you know. he's very, very intelligent. He's very, very good at what he does. But if you're not on that level that he's on, it's very difficult to follow. You know, he's very good. But if you listen to him when he's talking about ingredients, I'm with him massively about giving farmers more credit, about giving about like justice for like ingredients and stuff like that. You know, about making like the whole thing fair and ethics in perfume. Giving perfumers credit for the work that they do. The whole thing, I'm totally in agreement with him about. You know, it's like I say, I think he operates on a different level to me, which is why I found it quite hard to follow along. So
I'm surprised they don't have that implemented, that kind of standard. You know, in our trade, there's something called ISO 9001 where everything is documented. Like when we're cutting steel, we know exactly where the steel was manufactured, the type of steel, the hardness of the steel. Everything has to be on.
Oh, you're frozen a bit there, mate. You're all right. Is it just me, or is it?
No, I think it's me. I think it's
all
me.
right. Thank God. Thank God.
I think it's me.
You're back. You're back. No, you were talking about the hardness of the steel.
Yeah, like when the customer comes to you and says, "Hey, we had a problem with this whatever car or die or tool. We want some more information." We have to be able to provide it to them, where the steel was sourced, who cut this steel. Was it me? Was it Rich Mitch? Was it Galen? You know what I mean? Like everything is on file or record. And I'm really surprised that they don't have much more of this going on in perfume.
I think that there is. I would say what there is right, there's probably accountability at some sort of level. They have batch codes, they have formulation codes. The problem is that it's not easily accessible to me and you. It's not, because what they would say is that it's proprietary information. They have this, but what the problem is they're talking about what they're talking about is, and Christophe Laudermiel's talking about, is the fact that, how can I say it, like the houses that they could trace back their materials themselves. It's just that me and you couldn't, and this, I think it all feeds into this issue with like the EU like raiding them basically. I think that could be part of what Christophe Laudermiel's talking about how they have allegedly perverted the market as far as ingredients is concerned. How they have interfered and and gamed the system and made it less competitive, and the customer has to pay for it. You know, everybody else has to pay for it. You know what I mean? It's like the old. I was watching this thing. I mean, I'm not comparing them to the mafia or anything like that, but I was watching this thing about the mafia, and in the 1970s, the 60s and the 70s, there was a gangster called Paul Castellano, who was the one who was shot outside Sparks Steakhouse by John Gotti and his crew. And one of his major rackets, right, was in the meat market, right? And every time, what they reckon is the journalists who were talking about it was, every time you bought a chicken in the 1960s or 70s in New York, right, 6 or 7 cents of that chicken went straight to Paul Castellano, because he had control over who could like buy at wholesale. He controlled, like, and if you didn't pay him his money, then you couldn't get the chicken, right? Now, allegedly, that's what these houses are being accused of being of being cartels, of being a cartel. They are being accused of controlling so tightly the ingredient supply, right? That the customer is literally having to pay an artificially inflated price.
Yeah, it's
because, yes, exactly. They've monopolized it, and the farmers are being squeezed out because the farmers don't get access to the market because all the companies have got round together. Instead of competing against each other, they're competing. They've formed like this block, and they are competing against the farmers. You know what I mean? And not just the farmers. And then the customer has to pay the inflated prices at the end of the day.
And you have nowhere else to go but these
exactly
for your perfume.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you want a chicken and you live in New York, you have to pay Paulie. It's as simple as that. And if you don't, you don't get your chicken. You know what I mean? You simply don't get your chicken unless you're willing to pay that extra little bit. And when you're shifting as much as they do, if you're shifting as much as they do, right, you're making a fucking fortune. Allegedly. I want to say that so neither of us both get sued because that's the type of thing that they sue you over. So
sounds like the soup Nazi from Seinfeld. No soup for you.
Yes. No soup for you.
If you don't know how to ask properly, no soup for you. But
yes,
you know, we as a society are always complaining about the prices of perfume. But if you heard Christoph last night, he was saying perfume isn't like it's too cheap. It needs to go up in price because of the amount of the joy it brings you, the amount of sessions you get to enjoy. Like you can enjoy a bottle of perfume probably, I don't know how many, 200 times, 500 times, right? And when you split that up per wearing, it costs very little compared to going out to a movie or a sporting event, I guess.
Yeah, well, he's right about that in a way.
Well, everybody's got their own perception and depends on where you stand to gain or profit or what your bias is, right? As a consumer, you're going to say it's way too expensive because you're giving money. But as a perfumer or as a brand, you're going to say, well, it's not expensive enough, right?
Yeah. No, that's a good point. I'm always going to complain about the price in my favor. You know what I mean? If I worked for one of those companies, I might be sitting making exactly the opposite point. You know, I might literally be saying, "Oh, fuck this," you know, like we can't be having this. Like we need to charge you more. Sorry, you're not paying enough for your perfumes, which could be absolutely scandalous if you think about it the other way. But that's just where we are. You know, as it stands, I am on the side of the consumer. That's basically what my channel is. I'm a perfume consumer. You know,
a punter, as you put it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not an expert. I'm not anything apart from somebody who buys perfume and fucking has to pay a lot of money for it. It's one of the reasons I don't buy retail. I don't like rewarding their behavior with money. You know, because that is like essentially what it is. It's positive reinforcement. You know, they put the price up and you go back and pay it. That's like you've got to take your end of the responsibility for that. You know, it's kind of like, of course they're going to keep putting the prices up if they can get away with it. You know, you have to like complain, you have to moan, and you have to.
Won't get you anywhere.
Your
breath. You're complaining.
Yeah, but that's how the market's supposed to work, though. You know, that is literally how a market is supposed to work, that you're supposed to be able to go somewhere else that gives you a better deal. And what they're being accused of is they're being accused of rigging the process by which you would be able to get a better deal, you know, by standing firm together, by being part of this alleged cartel, right? Like they are how can I put it? I know what I'm saying. Like they are artificially inflating the price because they've got control, and they all no Balenciaga for you. That's definitely Balenciaga for me. Balenciaga Paul Harm, not the fashion though. Have you got it right there? Have you?
It's right here.
Good man.
I haven't even given my scent of the day yet.
Oh my god! Shall we start
you haven't
talking
done
about
scent of the
perfume?
day.
I haven't done scent of the day. I know what I've been wearing, though.
I wore this. I had, I wouldn't call it a date, but I went out with a friend last night and I wore this.
Was it a she?
It was definitely a she.
Oh.
I wore Third Man. Galen would be proud of me. But let's do scents of the day. Give us your scent of the day.
My scent of the day was, that's my ceiling. My scent of the day was this.
What the heck is that? It looks like a Guerlain Listerine bottle.
It is.
The label. Is it?
It's L'Instant de Guerlain Eau de Parfum. Eau de Parfum. Absolutely marvelous. A signature scent fragrance worthy thing. I can't even do it. You can tell I'm not an influencer. Signature scent worthy. It's signature scent worthy perfume, massively so. While you're not saying that, give us a second and I will sort out my.
That looks like a really small bottle in your hands there, Rich.
It's a 50 ml, would you believe? It is indeed a 50 ml. I would love to tell you that I've got giant hands, and I do, but in this case, this is just a 50 ml.
So that is the EDP?
That's the EDP. And look at how much is left. There's under half a bottle. I'd say there's about 40 ml left. All right. I love this shit. No, there's not 40 ml left. It's a 50 ml bottle. I'd say there's about 20, about 20 ml left. I love this stuff. You can wear that anytime you like.
So I'll say this. I've got the vintage bottle, the black rimmed, and I think there was afterwards a clear bottle of that in the version you have. And I think I think that one there is my favorite, to be honest. I found the first one very stuffy and very perfumey. A little bit too much. But that one worked brilliantly.
I agree. I think that, I mean, you very kindly sent us one, and I very unkindly broke the bottle.
It was a mistake.
Just put a crack in it, which I was devastated about because I like a little bit of bottle porn. You know, I like a bit of bottle, like having a good bottle. But Eugena's gone. So, all right. Excuse me whilst I yawn. Yawning in the stream. L'Instant really overhyped, says Proddy. Shut up, Proddy. What's that dome?
Following, that's for sure.
It's got a huge following, that's right. But I absolutely love this stuff. I think if somebody came to me and said, do you have any recommendations for a signature scent, this would be one of them. This would absolutely be one of them. I love these Listerine bottles. I really don't like the new bottles that they've put them into. I think the countdown is on until they put them back into Listerine bottles.
What are they now?
They're in the L'Amidial line bottles. Vetiver is in a L'Amidial bottle. This is, so is Habit Rouge, so is Pour Homme. They're just cheapening out like they do. I mean, Guerlain's famous for changing their bottles, but
what a beautiful bottle, eh? Look at this.
Yeah, I like that one. I've got. Is that the EDT?
This is the This is the Eau Extreme, the second generation.
Yes, I have got an EDT in that bottle style. I've got it back here.
And this is probably my favorite version. Is I like the EDT to the Eau Extreme.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is that?
This to me unfolds more clearer. Like I'm able to see the perfume fully, whereas the Eau Extreme is very blurry and muddy, and it's like out of focus to me.
Okay. No, I get you. I found with that Eau Extreme that you sent me that, again, I do actually prefer. This is one of those occasions, and it does happen. It really does happen where I find the reformulation is the reformulation. I prefer it to the vintage. Like, it's almost exclusive for me where I prefer the original or the pre-reformulation versions of things. In this instance, just not the case. This I find has, like you said, clearer. I feel like it's more. I don't want to say stretched out, but it's less dense. You know, there's the same amount of perfume, just in a greater volume. You know,
Yeah.
like there's this kind of air blowing through, you know, like a fresh breeze blowing through the perfume that's carrying it, whereas before it had more weight and it was denser, you know, and it's sort of like, it was like, I don't want to say stale air, but it was like you say musty, you know. It had like this kind of, gravity to it, this weight, this heft
Of the Eau Extreme.
Yeah.
The guys
Compared to,
the guys in the chat are talking about amber woods, and with the Eau Extreme, to me, there's something in here that's very cloying and it burns my nose. There's times where the perfume completely disappears on me. You know, it's very sharp and piercing and invisible, cloying. And that's where the perfume I think there's something in here that's way too intense.
that's interesting. Could be the cacao
connection to it, almost like losing Wi-Fi. You know,
like losing Wi-Fi.
Yeah, like your Wi-Fi signal's going down. That's what I feel like when I wear this. Is I'm not able to always perceive because it's so damn strong.
Do you think it's just a strength thing then?
It might be strength. It might be some musks that they're using in here. It might be some of the ambers.
It's got this kind of density, you know. It's got like you say, I'm not sure I'd use the word cloying, but the more I think about it, the more I think you might be right. Yeah. It's got this outrageous kind of, somebody said it's bass heavy, and I agree, but it feels like the bass is at the top as well as the bottom.
It starts off as a bass note.
Yeah,
it's a real introduction. It just goes like right into everything.
Boom. Right, I'm gonna go and dehydrate. Give us a second.
Yeah. And I remember when this came out. Go ahead. When this came out, it was super hyped. Like people were loving it, and that's all. Like it had its moment on YouTube where reviewers were just like, they were hyping L'Ensemble de Guerlain, they were hyping Diodome, and it was this constant battle, and you had to choose a side. You know, you had to choose a side. It was almost like West Coast versus East Coast. So they were like two of the more hyped up perfumes on YouTube when YouTube got really big or started to kind of gain traction in the early 2010s. But I love the EDT. I like much more than the Eau Extreme. I like the way this unfolds. I like the spiciness of it, the woodiness. It has some floral components, but it's mostly dark woods, cacao, jasmine. The jasmine here is much more perceptible as well. Beautiful use of spices, beautiful texture. I love that grittiness of it. Beautiful use of patchouli. It has that scratchy patchouli that I love. Really nice tea note, nice freshness. I feel like the Eau de Toilette is a better version than the Eau Extreme. Yeah, Ryan D says, I smelled the Vetiver Extreme for the first time last week. What an awful mockery of the original, made me sick. It's an easier version of the original. I love the original. I think the original vetiver is a complete masterpiece. However, I can't wear it regularly. I think it's a brilliant piece of perfume, but what the extreme is like an easier version. It doesn't have that dry, sickly tobacco note. It's the tobacco that I struggle with most in vetiver. I remember the first time I smelt vetiver, like the very first time, I was like, oh my God. It was so intense. It was so dated. It felt so old to me. Lidge was bigger than Aventus once upon a time. Yeah. That's all people talked about was Lidge and Dior Homme. One of the flankers, Dior Homme Intense. Dior Homme Intense, I think, was the biggest version of Dior Homme at one point. And rightfully so. I think Dior Homme Intense is brilliant. Vintage vetiver has a big civet. I don't remember civet. But I wore something with civet in it recently. What was it? What the hell had a big civet?
Oh, there's lots of perfumes got a big civet.
I gotta be honest, I'm not a fan of synthetic and malic accords like civet.
Have you ever smelled it? Have you ever smelled it by itself?
I'm not a fan of synthetics. I'd rather it be like no synthetic civet than a synthetic accord. Like, get it out.
Have you ever smelled synthetic civet by itself?
Not on its own, no. But I've
smelled. My God in heaven, it's so much. The difference between natural civet and synthetic civet is like the difference between buying it. What's that?
I think it was this. There's civet in here, isn't it? Like a huge synthetic civet.
I think that it's part of the amberwood note, the organic note, the oud note. Like the original Oud Ispahan from like 2011, 2012 was fucking brilliant, right? And then he fucking. And then he did something to it in like 2013, 2014. There's a really good video with Sebastian and Lanier where they compare Oud Ispahan to Oud Palau, and they say that Oud Palau is what Oud Ispahan used to be, you know. And fucking hell, I can't remember. I'll send you the video though. The way they describe it is brilliant because they're both sitting there and they're like, "Well, I love me Oud Ispahan, but it's changed." And then they smell Oud Palau and they're like, "This is what Oud Palau
has changed a lot."
Yeah, it has.
It's like I feel like the rose in here is completely synthetic and it's gone, only to reveal like another synthetic leather accord. Like, I love the idea of this Middle Eastern smoky, spicy rose. You know, I remember when I first got my bottle of Oud Isfahan, it was magical at that time because, you know, my experience with perfume was very little or none compared to what it is now 10 years later. And to me, it was like, holy shit, like this smoky rose is amazing. A French house doing Middle Eastern perfume. It was kind of like one of the first of its kind at that time, unless you're dabbling into Montals or Niche. But to see it, I think it was the first of its kind of a French house, a big French house, like Dior, Chanel, Hermès. I can't recall any of them doing anything like this.
Yeah.
And it was great. You know, it was complex, it was deep, but I think that's, you know, spending too much time in this hobby, and the more you learn and the more you discover and the more you figure out, it's great and all, but sometimes it ruins other things for you. when you start comparing and analyzing and judging, you know, now that I've smelt so many other things, I don't find the magic in Oud Isfahan as I once did.
No, I don't. I've definitely. Well, you know, there was some of them that I smelled and I said, I'm never going to like that. That is just something that I am so far away from that I am never going to like it. And that has basically remained the case.
Did
Sorry?
Did Rose d'Arabie come out before Oud Isfahan?
Oh, pass.
Space House is saying Armani Privy did it first. I imagine he's talking about Rose d'Arabie.
Possibly. I could have a look if you want. Rose d'Arabie. I mean, it's an oud rose, so I mean,
Yeah.
Who did it first? You know what I mean? Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Look, I've got that right here. Rose
Oh,
d'Arabie.
Rose d'Arabie. Rose d'Arabie came out in 2010. Oud Isfahan.
I think it was
2011. Oud Isfahan. There's 3 different Dior Oud Isfahans on Fragrantica. You know.
In what way?
Well, there's an Oud Isfahan. There's another Oud Isfahan.
Edition, I think.
So Oud Isfahan by Demaché came out in 2012, and then there was a re-release in 2017. So, and then there was like a new look one that came out.
Yeah, with a bottle design. That was a limited edition.
Yeah.
One was the original Maison. It was a Maison Christian Dior.
2012.
Dior Privé. Dior Privé,
Yeah.
Christian Dior Privé. And then they changed to Maison Christian Dior.
So the original one came out in 2012. Top note is labdanum, middle note is rose, patchouli, and saffron. The base notes are eaglewood, sandalwood, and cedar.
It's lost I feel like it's lost a lot in this formulation from the original.
Yeah, I would agree. That it's become a lot more basic, a lot more sort of blunt.
Less intricate too.
Yeah, like blunt. It's been blunted. It hasn't got those tight little
the details.
Like everything.
Yeah,
details. Exactly. Intricate's the right word
it's
for
like
it.
Fast fashion, mass produced.
No, totally agree. Totally agree.
So the lesson is stop discovering new perfumes and enjoy what you have, or else you'll never be happy. Maybe I'm just talking about myself. The Ram is here. What's happening, Ram?
La Ram. How's Ramsey?
He says the Ides of March, eh?
Do you know what the Ides of March is yet?
Tell us.
The Ides of March is the day that it's the 74th day of the Roman calendar, and it was the day in Rome when all debts from the previous year had to be settled by. And it was also the day that Julius Caesar was killed in the Senate in Rome. And in the week beforehand, he was told by a fortune teller, a mystic, an oracle, he was told, beware the Ides of March. And he was killed on the Ides of March, the day that all debts had to be settled in Rome. And so, since March sounds like Mitch, I thought it would be fun to beware the Ides of Mitch.
Right. Settle your debts, or we'll send
come and get
you.
you. I'll be an angry duck waiting to stab you in the groin.
A duck in anger.
A duck in anger.
You ever see ducks out in the wild?
Mental.
They're fucking angry, eh? You ever see them have sex?
It's not sex. It's the other word that begins with R. It's not great. It's not great.
It's like they are aggressive fellas. You do that in real life, you're going to prison.
You are going to jail, and you are deservedly going to jail. You are bad.
Rachel wants to jump on.
Do you want us to send her the link?
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a minute.
Yes.
Take over and send her the link. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problemo. Rachel, I will send you the link. What's happening? There is Rachel. There is the link. I've sent it to you, Rachel. It should be with you now. Yes, the Ides of March. An interesting day. The 15th of March. I don't know if anybody saw my community post yesterday, but it has been snowing for the last couple of days here. It is weird. It has been tough. I won't lie to you, because I made my rotation to my spring and summer perfumes on the 1st, and for the first week or so it went really well. and then it didn't. And apparently the weather's meant to be all over the place in the next day or two. Fucking nightmare. Beauty of scent. The same person as fragrance enthusiast. Cuddles. A lifestyle not for sale. Why is everybody deleting their fucking messages? Who cares, Duck? Wear geranium pour monsieur. I won't be doing that. It's too Duck, eh? I shan't be doing that. I shall not be wearing geranium pour monsieur until the highest of high heat. Ah, Rich's volume needs to come down. Okay, let me see if I can sort that out. Let me see if I can sort that out. Maybe I just need to talk more quietly. The Ides are the 13th, not the 15th. That's not true. Rich Mitch, I managed to grab 2 bottles of Queer Canage. 2015, 2016 batch. Nice. Eugene is back.
Let me bring her on. Everybody, please welcome the one and only Rachel Eng. It's so good to see you, Rachel.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, Eugene.
How are you?
I'm a little under the weather, actually, so I apologize for that.
I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you. I will. I'm on the mend. It's just a little sore throat and a little yuckiness, but it's fine. And
you
hi,
still
guys.
look great, and you have this beautiful radiance. It looks like the sun is shining in, and
Yeah.
and you're getting some heat there, which is cool.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I've been listening to your conversation, and I love listening into your channel, and I get to jump on and type sometimes when my son isn't, always like, Mama, come play. And
Yeah.
I want to be able to interact more,
Yeah.
But,
family comes first. Take care of the kids.
Exactly.
The family.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly.
We'll always be around.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just want to say how much I enjoy your channel. And of course, Doc, you know how much you mean to me. You're amazing.
Yeah.
We're buddies.
And we appreciate all your contributions and the streams and whatever you have to say or do, or it's always lovely getting like an intellectual opinion like yours.
And if you don't mind, I wanted to earlier talk. We were talking about Christophe earlier and what he was talking about some things to fix in the perfume industry. And if it's okay, I just wanted to kind of jump on and mention, I think my impression from what he was talking about the number one thing that really needs to be addressed. And I think that has a lot to do with vintage. I know both of you are really into vintage fragrances, and kind of the difference in how, if I understand it's correct, and please don't think I'm speaking for him, this is just my understanding, and how things have been changing and how things are not quite ethical, not quite right, especially for consumers and farmers and fragrance today. Do you mind if I do that really quick? Is that
absolutely not? No, I'd love to hear your what you have to say on the issue.
Oh, thank you. So and Mitch was really getting to it. But so there's the fragrance, and if say you have an EDP and it's like 20%, maybe 30% fragrance oil. So not talking about the content of the bottle, just only talking about the content of the fragrance oil, right? That's all I'm talking about, just the fragrance oil. So you know how in the advertisement or the way the company communicates to the consumer, the way they tell us what's in the bottle, and it's confusing because it's chemistry, etc. But if you had, say, a rose soliflora fragrance, think about a vintage bottle. What percentage of that for vintage what percentage of that perfume oil do you think would be real rose raw material oil?
If we're going back to vintage compared to modern,
Yes.
I would imagine it was more so than today.
Right. It would be a good chunk, right?
Right.
And in vintage, if they told you it was rose to grass, that it was rose from grass,
Right.
would you believe them that all of that oil was rose from grass?
I would believe that a portion of it was, and then a portion of it is a synthetic, but they don't necessarily tell you what the volumes are. Because
Okay.
when I smell an oud today, when Francis Courguillon tells me there's an oud in this perfume, I believe there is a trace of very small, minute proportions of a quality oud, but the rest of it is an accord built in unison with that oud, just to give it more more depth.
And see, Eugen, that exact contradiction is what I think what he's getting at for average consumers, because your average man on the street, or going back to vintage times when they were more truthful, honestly, or when it was less, when they were more truthful, right? When they tell you, and the advertisement, this is oud, this is rose from grass, most people think, oh, that's probably mostly, or 20% or 30%, if it's mostly a rose fragrance, that's probably what it really is actual oil from rose, made from real rose, when in fact, what the fragrance houses are doing is knowingly manipulating the marketing material to put just barely enough to technically be able to say, yes, there is some tiny trace, not you can't even perceive it. It's a trace amount you cannot perceive of the real raw material. They're basing their whole advertising strategy to try to convince you to buy that bottle on. That's a lie. Sorry, that's a lie. Right?
It's always been a lie.
Well, I mean, I think that people have done the analysis going back in vintage bottles, like vintage, like 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, that there's significant more of the actual raw material. And yes, there were some chemicals, but at what point does, and I think it's been moving, it's a moving scale, but at what point does, half the raw material with half, those chemicals that, because chemicals are needed and there's nothing at all. And I'm not saying I'm against chemicals. I'm not you have to be 100% all natural. No, I don't know.
I agree.
Right?
I agree with you. Yeah.
So please trust me. I'm not in that little pocket of the world, although I love natural perfumery too. But I'm saying, like, when the sliding scale gets to the point where it's not perceptible, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and their whole marketing campaign to the point where they're flying reviewers and journalists to grass to give them a tour of grass. You know what I mean? It's like it's a slippery sliding slope. And so because we have no olfactive education in our country, we don't teach our kids to be able to evaluate and judge olfaction on its own. Like I run a high school perfume club, and I did something really interesting. I brought my kids just Rose Absolute, right, to smell. And I brought them and then the individual chemicals that make a rose, and then we made a rose accord. And then I brought them a real rose all together. And then we sampled some common, just, drugstore rose perfumes. And after like months of doing this, they decided on their own that what they were going to do in the future is just buy Rose Absolutes, dilute it, and make their own rose perfume, because they were like,
wow,
this is ridiculous. Why on earth would we ever buy why would we ever spend $100 on a perfume that I can buy, you know what I mean, that I can make my own? And I feel like maybe that's why we don't get educated in schools.
I think that the perfumery scene is just too small for that information to be out there.
Yeah.
For us to educate ourselves, because there's a very small group of us that are passionate about this. And until it reaches like a mainstream level, like most brands don't even give you the information. They might say, inspired by a rose, and we're given a pyramid of, rose, iris, violet, whatever, labdanum that goes in the perfume. They don't say how much or how little, and you have no idea. You're basically guessing when you see a pyramid.
Yeah. So
the higher a note is on the pyramid, you're going to expect for that note to appear more. There's going to be more concentration of that in the actual fragrance, but we're given very little information by the brands themselves. Some brands might go into it a little bit more than others.
Right. And since there isn't a journalistic, and there's no integrity of journalistic standards when it comes to perfume reviewers to go and seek out that information to say, well, this perfume house uses more Rose Absolute than that perfume house, or there's no way to judge. There's no way to know. And
there's a major problem, especially on, well, my expertise is YouTube. Well, semi-expertise. My experience, that's the word I meant, on YouTube, is talking about integrity with fragrance journalists and fragrance. They're all bought and paid for. They're all gimmicked.
What does it take to require somebody to be an authentic journalist? How do we decide that? Do we have?
That's a good question. All I'm saying is that
who is authentic?
If we use Rachel's sliding scale we'll use the analogy with the perfume ingredients, where it becomes such a small fraction that it really is a meaningless topic. There are such a small fraction of people now who have never or will never or don't actively take free bottles from perfume houses, any perfume house. That it's like, and you know what I'm like. I will not take free bottles. I mean, literally, the only reason I took free bottles from Eugene is because he's one of my best friends in the world, and I was with him there throughout the whole thing. I actively won't take them. I won't take them off other people. Somebody else could offer us £1,000 bottle of perfume, and just wouldn't take it. It's not worth it for the what I see as the dilution. Again, to use Rachel's analogy about perfume ingredients now, I mean, nobody's got a real opinion. Nobody's got their own opinion in this space anymore. I don't know if
that's the answer, though, Rich, because there has to be a way where reviewers can review fragrances that were sent to them and still hold some amount of truth. There has to be people out there.
So what you would have to get,
when somebody creates music or a book, all of this stuff is sent out to publishers or radio stations or New York Times for review. There has to be a place in perfume that has something similar.
So what I would say, sorry, Rich, I'll let you come back in a second. So what I would say is, Robin James? He's an influencer. I mean, Robin James is a men's fashion influencer in Britain, and he was on the Tom Ford PR lists, right? And he did a video recently, I'll send it to both of you, where he spoke about Tom Ford, one of Tom Ford's latest fragrances, and he said that because they used to put him up, they used to have him into the boutique, they used to show him round, he would do lovely videos where he would talk about these things and how he really liked this about Tom Ford, and he gave a less than glowing review to one of the perfumes. Now, it wasn't he didn't say bad. He didn't say bad stuff about it. He just said it was less good than some of the stuff they'd done previously. It dried up like that. It was stopped. The tap was turned off, right? He didn't get invited to any more things. He didn't get any more free bottles. He didn't get the literature. He didn't get anything, right? And I think he asked Tom Ford, what's going on? Is everything okay? And they replied to him, we were less than pleased with your last review of our perfumes. And he took that to mean what it meant.
Do better than Tom Ford. Do better.
Exactly. The problem is not just the reviewers. I have this thing where I blame the reviewers because they're in my immediate vicinity. I will sit and say this person isn't honest because they're getting free bottles. One of the problems is on the other side of them. It's the brands not being able to take any criticism whatsoever. Don't you dare say anything that is less than 10 out of 10 every time. Tom Ford is the size of Tom Ford. They should not care. It's not that they shouldn't care. They should care. They most definitely should care. but they should be able to take it when someone like Robin James says something like, this isn't as good as your old stuff, do better. And it's that sort of thing, which is, it's cartel-like behavior. Do you know what I mean? It's like, we can't have you say anything that isn't completely on. He's not employed by them, but what he is, right, is he is taking money from them, which is payment in kind. He's not, maybe not taking money, but he's taking perfume. He's taking hospitality. He's taking, and it's a massive grey area. And I don't like grey areas. I don't know if either of you have ever noticed this about me before. I'm very black and white, and I like to keep it like that because there is no kind of misunderstanding when it comes, like, I like to be very square, so I don't like getting into grey areas. But people who want to venture into that, there's going to be questions asked, and those people need to be prepared to answer them, and they can't argue. But the brands, at the same time, the brands have got to have thicker skin. They've got to be able to take it.
I agree, and I think part of this cartel-like behavior is the fact that we do not have in our olfaction, in our art, we don't have real investigative journalism like Gabe Oppenheimer. We need more of that. We need more of Gabe Oppenheimer to go in and tell us facts that we don't understand as consumers about, and develop, you know, realistic quality standards that are communicated from the brands, from the small artisanal niche houses, from everyone all over, that are accessible, that are clear, that are relatable in terms of, if you say grass, if you say Jasmine Absolute from Grass, that you give me a number of how much is in this bottle that is relatable and understandable. If that's what your advertising campaign is built around, so that I can depend on you as a brand, that should be industry standard. Little things like that. Little things like that will help us all. Like a rising tide will lift all boats. I think that kind of basic, clear communication is what Christophe is trying to get across. But because we don't have real investigative journalism, because reviewers are not investigative journalists, right? We need real investigative journalism in perfumery. And we also need, as reviewers, to come up with some kind of ethical standards of our own. And I think part of his project of ethics in perfumery is an attempt to come up with community ethical standards amongst all of our participants.
Yeah. I don't think the day of the influencer is going away anytime soon. In fact, it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
No, I
get requests every day from people that are saying they're starting out their career as perfume influencers, and if I'd like to send them a free bottle. However, what our job is to find influencers that we connect with. We don't necessarily need to buy everything that they're promoting, but if you can connect with somebody, right? And then, like Ramsey is saying, it doesn't cost you anything to go out and get a sample, test it for yourself. But people want to be told, like, what is good, what is interesting. Not everybody has the means like us here to go out and buy whatever that is, whatever we feel like it, right? Some people want recommendations.
But my high school kids don't, for sure.
They don't?
Yeah.
But again, like, there are brands now like Les Indemnidables that put in the percentages of all the natural oils they're using. That's a philosophy that they stand by.
That's huge.
So yeah, hopefully they can turn the tide. And you know, I've heard Remy say many times, brands kind of bragging about how much natural rose they have or whatever it is. And Remy's like, where's the proof? Like, it's easy to do this, but show us, you know, write it down. And that's something that
it's a well-known secret. It's a well-known secret in the industry that the consumers don't know. And I think that was the major point from Christophe. That's just kind of what I wanted to come on and say. That's all.
Yeah.
No, I would agree. And if you remember back to Aaron Terence Hughes and the Fragrance du Bois debacle, like, where Aaron Terence Hughes had to apologize because he said there's no oud in this fragrance, and they showed him GCMS reports, and it was like, it showed that there was a speck of oud in each perfume, and it's why I was saying allegedly all the time earlier in the stream. It's because they want to micromanage the message so much, and what they don't realize is it makes them look small and pathetic, and it takes away from their whole kind of like luxury kind of thing. It's when you try to get into that rarefied air, it's the the law of diminishing returns. You know what I mean? It's like you've got to push it. You've got to push so hard to make those little tiny extra gains that you can lose everything just by someone like Aaron Terence Hughes saying, I can't smell any oud in this. There is no oud in this. Granted, Aaron Terence Hughes went a little hard, you know, but and it's a lesson for all of us that, and he ended up having to apologize, which you could see he hated. But it's there's a lot incumbent on the brand as well, and I think what Christoph's trying to do is he's trying to shine a light in some very dark, dusty, dirty corners of the fragrance industry.
Well, he has very unusual experiences that none of us have, right? He's coming from it from a very different perspective. And, you know, part of it for me is, okay, yes, they're claiming for it to have rose or maybe even roses in the title. But as an artist doesn't necessarily have to use that material. Maybe they're doing an experiment like Frederick Mull's Rose and Queer. You know, you have rose in the title, but Frederick's openly said that there's no rose in the perfume. They've used geranium to recreate the effect of rose. So which brings in like an entirely different argument, right?
But he's open about it. But he's like, that's what makes it interesting, and that's what makes me want to wear it, and that's what makes it exciting, right?
One thing with Frederick Mull is I never ever felt like he was pulling shades over our eyes or trying to hide something. He's always been very open, and I admire that.
I want to feel that way with every house. That's all I want as a simple consumer.
Yeah,
that's all I want. I want that. I want to feel like they're really telling me what's exciting and interesting and what they're doing, and not to feel like I'm being like tricked. Like Doug said in the very beginning of your live when he said he feels like he's being, what did you say? He's being taken advantage of or being fooled or.
Yeah.
I just don't want to feel like that. That's all, right? And like, how hard is that? Come on, you guys are billionaires already. You know, like, come on.
How much money do you want? Yeah, it's a mindset.
Bare floor standards, please, people. Like,
because that's why these huge companies don't like regulations and stuff like that. It's because they think it's going to impinge on their inalienable right to take advantage of everybody by having these proprietary secrets and techniques that they think they would guard with their lives over like other people, like being able to save like a few bucks. And it's like relatively who gains the most, you know, who's it of more advantage to? Like £5 is worth a lot more to me than like £500,000 is to them. You know, it's just that it's such a the thing is with Perfume, 'twas ever thus so far. It's always been this quiet clandestine, secretive, in almost incestuous world where it's nepo babies and it's passed down from father to son and hardly anybody's had access to it. And I mean this historically, you know, if you look at like the stuff like Guerlain's where it was always in the family and they didn't bring anyone in and it was passed down. And I mean, I was going to say Creed there, but that would have been too far, even for a joke. It's like it's been this very secretive, like we were talking about before, cartel-like behavior where they control everything at the expense of everyone else. Incestuous may be the wrong word. In fact, it is the wrong word. It's got this cartel-like behavior where everybody keeps everything in and it's in everybody's interest. So it's like the old George Carlin thing. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. It's just our interests converge. And I know what's good for us. And if it's good for me, it's good for you. And if it comes at the expense of other people, that's fine.
And you know what's interesting about that is that only really happened starting with the Industrial Revolution, because before that, most people got some supplies at the pharmacy and made their own perfumes and deodorants at home. And it wasn't until industrialization that got outsourced to professionals and people stopped learning how to do that. And if you think about music and art, like people paint at home. We learn instruments and band class in school. there's more musicians. This is what something that Christoph said. I don't know if it's true, but I'm just quoting what he said. There's more musicians in the city of New York City than there are perfumers in the entire world, or some statistics like that. So it wouldn't hurt if more people learned to make perfumes. They'd be able to appreciate quality more and probably be more educated and better consumers. And I think that would make the industry rise and quality rise more and more. So I think the fact that Eugene, you have this amazing channel, that Duck, you have this amazing channel, and you guys are out here every day educating people. I mean, just like, bravo, you have educated me. 5 years ago, I didn't know anything about perfume. And I learned from you, and I learned from you, and from Ramsey is here. And I know lots of other people are here that I've learned from every day, and I'm still learning from you guys. And I mean,
and now there's so many people out there learning from you and from your experiences. And that's what makes this a hobby in a community is we all perceive things differently. We all experience things differently. And I don't think there is one single thing that is going to change where we're all going to be happy, because the three of us could all get our way, and the perfume industry could become exactly what you want it to be. But then there's going to be somebody else that says, hey, I don't want to smell like an ox's ass. You know what I mean? Right? People like simple things. So
yeah, but I thank you for having me on. I'm actually going to run off and go back to the couch and relax and
thank
keep
you
watching.
so much for joining us,
Thank
Rachel.
Cheers, Rachel.
It's been a pleasure.
Bye.
Okay.
Hi.
Bobby Ono is wanting to test his stream. He's
wanting to test his strength.
His connection, because he's going to be with us on the Dior top 5 Dior Privé video. So we're going to have him come on for a bit, or as long as he'd like to stay.
Okay. Young Bob.
So I don't think there is one answer that's going to provide a solution that will make everybody happy. We're never going to be happy as a society. Society is never happy. They're never content. Right. There's always like a minority or a group that has something to say.
No, you're totally right. Like if you won't ever get everybody correct. You can't get two people to agree on anything. You know,
dude,
it's crazy. Excuse me, it's crazy out there.
Absolutely. I haven't given my scent of the day yet. We are an hour and 27 minutes into this stream. I haven't given my scent of the day. We've only got 44 likes, right? Let's get the likes up.
Disgusting.
Hit the damn like. And my scent of the day is, anyone want to guess?
I don't know.
It's a good guess. Is
a Gucci. Oh, it's a Guerlain. I thought it was a Gucci bag.
In a Christian Dior.
Oh, right. Mine was a Guerlain as well.
Yeah, that's right. It was. And this is Bois d'Armenie.
Ooh.
And
that's not Bois Mysterio. That's Bois d'Armenie. What's that like? I've never smelled it.
You've never smelled Bois d'Armenie?
I have not.
It's this very soft, powdery, incensey, woody, vanillic concoction that smells very similar to, not the same, but it's quite like Bois d'Argent, I find. And they were made by the same perfumer, and I think they were released just about a year apart. And we've got Bobby Ono here. Everybody welcome Bobby Ono. Yo, Bobby, it's so good to see you, man. I mean, to see parts of you.
I got nothing to say. I don't even know how to turn this camera around where I can see it and then point it at my desk. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can see you loud and clear.
Hey, how you doing? Carry on for a second here. I got to put these in my ear.
How have you been, Bobby?
I'm hanging in there. Doing okay.
Doing okay?
Yeah.
What would make it go? What would it take to make it go from okay to great?
That's an offline conversation, Eugene. You
Okay.
probably, yeah.
A watery win.
It's nothing to do with the balls or anything, but I got my mic tangled up. Hold on. Carry on, Rich.
Calm down. I'm still
Yeah.
here.
So I'm in Bois d'Harmonie, very soft, powdery, incensey. It's like it's delicate, but it's there, you know? It's not fragile.
Okay. What were apart from Bois d'Argent, what could you compare it to?
That's what I would
Hear you now.
It's got, if you've smelled, you know, the Guerlain vanillas from that line, it very much fits into there, like with Queer Beluga, Angelique Noir, you know, those kind of rubbery balsams, incenses, powders, vanillas, spices. Very much, it very much fits in that art and material line.
Okay.
Balsamic, yes, it is very balsamic. Balsams, rich, incensey balsams, without being overly green.
Nice.
Do I notice any differences between the old? I don't know if I have an old bottle of Bois d'Harmonie.
I've never even seen anything resembling or near a bottle of Bois d'Harmonie. You know,
Bobby O,
It's,
I'm gonna mute you. Give me a thumbs up when you're settled.
I can hear you fine. You can't turn the camera around on this StreamYard, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay,
You just
that's
gotta
what I
figure
got to figure out.
click
I
on Tam.
apologize,
Click
chat.
on Tam. No, if you click on more, if you click on more and then settings, it will bring up audio and camera. That's how I turned my microphone down.
Okay, so you can.
Oh.
Okay, put me on mute. I appreciate it. I can.
Just give us a thumbs up
Apologize.
when you're ready.
Young Bob's face. Oh, Eugene's muted himself. Now he's scratching his ass.
I'm not muted.
Oh, shit. Everybody went quiet there apart from me. Eugene's up and walking about, friends. What do we have here? Oh. It's a very strange little setup we've got going on here. Do you ever have any, do you have any?
I do have an old Bois d'Harmonie. I have one.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think it's been changed much because this wears brilliantly. I love it.
So have you sprayed them side by side?
No, I don't know where the sprayer is to this.
What?
This is boozy. This
Boozy.
is quite boozy, which I'm not sure I was able to pick up in here.
Oh, Bob's gone.
He's still here. He just turned his camera off. I think he's trying to figure out. This is interesting. This is more syrupy and boozy. Mentholated. Rubbery. But it's also got powders, like it has this almost like a cosmetic-y vibe. Powdery, warm. Interesting. And I've got I sprayed this over Ides Fahan. That's all I can smell.
Oh,
I've got Ides Fahan, and now I just sprayed Bois d'Harmonie, and all I can smell is Ides Fahan.
Ides Fahan's one of them that just blows everything else out the water, isn't it? It's a room clearer.
It's so loud and aggressive.
It's too much.
See, I don't get that booziness. I don't get that booziness in this version.
Maybe that's what they changed.
Fosco, was there a boozy note in this version?
Boozy.
Anyway,
Could be like bourbon vanilla or something.
there's definitely that bourbon vanilla. Yeah.
That
It's
can
still
come
great.
across.
Like, this is still great. I like this. I like this a lot.
I don't really have a vanilla forward fragrance. I've got stuff with vanilla in. Vanilla's not really my thing, like.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's so many vanilla perfumes, and it's hard to kind of do anything exciting with it.
Have you ever smelled Tihota by Indoors?
I have it.
Do you like it?
A viewer sent it to me. I'll tell you what, it's a Francis Kurkdjian, and it's really sweet, but I think it's a good take on vanilla. A really good.
I think it's really good. It's not something I would ever wear, but I think it's a fantastically made perfume. I think it's really good.
Somewhere.
It's a very, very good perfume. It's a little cakey though. Like if you smell it,
I know what you mean.
It's got this, because it's so good. It smells like the actual. It smells like the actual ingredient.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
It's like straight up bourbon French vanilla ice cream.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
sweet, very sucrosey, granular. You can feel the sugars. It's also
Yeah.
very smoky.
A smoky boy.
Very smoky. It's a great quality too. Look at it's so thick that the atomizer sticks. Like the juice is so thick. Do you see that? The atomizer hasn't even come back up. That's how it's a very thick perfume.
Jesus.
It's like the oils are very sticky themselves. Thick perfume.
Jesus.
It's like the oils are very.
What?
It's quite smoky.
Okay.
It's weird. The atomizer doesn't want the sprayer doesn't return. You see that?
Can you like pull
I
it
gotta
up?
pull it up with my fingers. Yeah. There you go.
You need to give that some. You need to give that some oil or something. Spray it.
It's very warm, like it's radiating warmth.
Hot.
It smells like fire. It has like a fire accord.
A fire record.
A fire accord.
How unusual.
Bobby, how's it going?
I can't turn the camera around right now, but
That's all right.
I'm happy. I'm getting good audio and
Yeah, you can see
And
loud
then-
and clear.
okay.
You
And then
can
I'm
hear you
turning off,
perfectly.
closing my laptop because I don't want that to draw bandwidth. So I can't see comments. I apologize. But at the worst, I could just go like go like this and put the bottles there and just tomorrow. So
Yeah, you'll figure. Listen, we got to reschedule, Bobby. It's not going to be tomorrow because Ramsey's not available for tomorrow.
You're
I don't know.
rescheduling again?
Yeah,
Okay.
my apology. My deepest apologies.
I can't do it on Saturday night. I'm actually going to see. I'm going to see a show.
Yeah, that's
So-
fine. What about like next Wednesday? Like it was supposed to be today. What about a week from today?
I'm okay with that.
Are you okay with that, Bob?
Yeah, but I'm kind of getting hyped up for it, and then
Yeah, keep
anxiety
hyping
builds up.
yourself up. Keep hyping
But-
yourself
no,
up.
but-
Get to know those privés, and we'll have it out.
It's just it's a little bit of dread because I'm going to be the bashing is going to go on, so I just want to get it over with and
Don't take anything personal.
do
eh?
my defending. You know,
You don't have to defend. Just don't take anything personal.
Oh, I know that. But what are the teams? Was it me and you, Eugene, against those three blokes?
Yeah, I mean, we can play
this is a
3-on-2,
contest, right?
Yeah, we can do 3-on-2. We can do, I don't
Yeah,
know,
Rudy-
2-on-2 with a sub. However you want to play, we
Rudy's
play.
the worst. He comes up with these zingers against me, and you know, at least Rich he's not personal. He's just straightforward business. His defacing and his bashing. You know what I mean?
You think Rudy has something against
Rudy
you?
is
Maybe?
just
Like,
anything I love or put up, he'll just go into a nook and cranny and say, you know, he'll zing it. So, and I know you, Eugene, you secretly, you know, you have a critic's voice, and then off camera, you know, and people do the bashing, but
you think I secretly have a love affair with Damashi?
not a love, but a respect, you know. And then people, my friends in the chat, are the same way. It's just, it's hard to go against the tide, you know. And
you know what, Bobby? Though I love that you love Dior and that's your thing, and you go with it, and you don't stray. I think it's awesome. Everybody should have that. Just the ability to speak truth for themselves, regardless of what everybody else thinks about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love them now, and I couldn't tell you the latest releases in that line, which is just it's a circus. But I'm just talking about the core, you know, and
right,
you know, and then it was surprising to me that, you know, Rich he sold his big decanter bottle of Feb. I mean, all jokes aside, that surprised me. So I have to put some zingers in there and jokes on his stream now and then. So, you know what I mean? So that was a surprise. I don't even know what he has left. I mean, maybe his Ombre Nui is gone now, but I know what he puts up with. But I don't drill down as much as you guys, as you all know. So I don't drill down, and it's up to Dior to me. I don't. It's not the chef or whatever. It's the ultimate restaurant, or else it's just too confusing. So, you know, it's the team. But I like to just sit back and listen and hear the critique. But sometimes it becomes a lot, and yeah, I can easily become jokingly unglued. So it's funny.
Are you excited about the future at Dior?
No.
With the new guy, with the new captain.
I'm not. I'm kind of a little pessimistic like you guys, and that goes with this whole what's going on in the whole globe right now anyway. I mean, how could it be better? How can it? I mean, with inflation and so much tumultual back and forth, I mean, especially with the continent of Europe, let's say. So no, I just bask in the past, and you know, say like the Canadians or the Montreal Canadiens or the New York Yankees stink right now, which they might, right? But you know, they're classic, and that's good enough for me. I'm a loyal person, but I don't expect anything from them. Hey, I'm happy this audio is going good.
The Toronto Maple Leafs have sucked for 50 years, but they're still my favorite team.
That's a good point too. They're an awesome team, but they just got somebody above them that's perfect or even better.
They've had some really good teams, but just they're not good enough to go all the way.
You can transpose that into perfumery too. You can be just a great house clicking on all cylinders, but someone is eating your lunch. So, and that's the Boston Bruins. So everything matters. So
give us your scent of the day, buddy.
Nothing yet, and I'm smelling pretty putrid. Nothing yet. Usually I have something on my hand or both hands, and you know, finish looking off at the market indices, and I still have yet to take a shower. So nothing.
How's Hawaii?
Last night, vetiver. Yesterday, Guerlain vetiver, because it was the wind stopped. It was humid and hot, and I either did Encre Noir Sport yesterday or vetiver, and I chose vetiver, and was even thinking about
Guerlain vetiver.
Yeah, I was even thinking about Sycamore on my samples.
Greatest vetiver of all time?
Yeah, it depends on, I got to take what I get here in the winter in this hot climate. But it was humid and hot and uncomfortable. So vetiver's good.
Greatest vetiver of all time, Bobby.
Guerlain vetiver?
Give it to us. Your take.
Oh, I'm not a vetiver lover.
How about you, Rich? Greatest vetiver of all time. Chat. Greatest vetiver of all time.
It's hard to see past it. It's hard to see past Guerlain's vetiver, really, isn't it? For being honest, it's really difficult to see past that as far as vetiver is concerned. As many as there has been.
His answer is Derby, isn't it?
Derby's a vetiver.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of leather.
We got Dior vetiver, Givenchy vetiver. I see Tom Ford Gray vetiver. I see vetiver extraordinaire. All great vetivers. I see Sycamore. I see another vetiver extraordinaire. I see another Sycamore. I see Sultan vetiver Nichonnet.
No.
Ooh.
I've not smelled it.
I'll go with Gray vetiver.
Hello,
honestly,
Lane.
Sultan vetiver is beautiful in the top and the mid, and then there's a massive, dirty, great amber wood that just drowns everything out about it, and it's terrifying.
Sorry, which one, Rich?
Sultan vetiver by Nichonnet. It's beautiful for the first 20 minutes, half an hour, the top, and then the beginning of the mid, and then all of a sudden it's just completely swallowed by this massive oud thing that leans over the. They don't even call it that; they just call it amberwood. To be fair, they do call it what it is, and it's amberwood, and it's absolutely lifting. It's shocking.
Bobby, do you do oud?
No.
Don't care for oud?
No. I mean, if I lived back in the Rocky Mountains, I would definitely go more into it. But for instance, one of my friends sent me not just a small sample, a nice decant, something bigger than this, of the moon. I finally got to smell the moon, and I smelled it and wore it and stuff like that. And then I just sent it off to a friend that would appreciate it more. And but with the moon, all I can think about is when you wore that once and you were in your washroom at work, and somebody went in there when you were sitting on the toilet and said, "Wow, this smells good." So I go, maybe it's a little crowd pleasing. So, but it's too thick and heavy. So
how big should perfume be? What's the ideal size of a perfume that you guys want? How loud do you want your perfume? How aggressive? How much do you want it to push? Rich, let's start with you.
I want to be able to smell it, and I want it to be able to be smelled to a pleasant amount. What is that noise?
I think it's Bobby's chair.
Bobby, your chair.
I'm sorry, this picks up everything. Okay, I'll be quiet.
No, you're good, bro.
So I would say I want to be able to smell it myself. That's the most important thing. And then I would like it to be smelled pleasantly. Not too much. I don't want to blow people away. I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt myself. Excuse me. Oh, but I want people to notice it. Definitely. Sometimes, like one of the reasons I've got the collection I've got is with that in mind. I have it in mind that sometimes I don't want people to smell it, and that I want to be very sort of subdued and things like that, and I don't want anyone to smell it, and then sometimes I do.
I do, but I don't, but I do.
Yes. Well said.
How about
I think
Bobby?
that's the right answer. I think that's and then probably your answer too. Just mostly transparent and light, and in your own vicinity, and an extension of yourself, right? And off your skin. and mixing with your chemicals. Yeah, and not loud at all. Like, so I was thinking about that the other day, what you're actually asking. And then some company like PDM that is supposedly niche, they come out and it's just one way with them. It's just loud, thick, put as much stuff in there as you can. And compare that to like just some subtle Guerlains or Chanels. And it's like two different sides of the stadium. It's Perfume's supposed to be, I agree, just mostly subtle.
Yeah, that's how I like mine too. Soft, subtle. I like to be able to smell it, and I usually can with every breath. Like with the majority of my breaths, I can smell my perfume, but I don't like them to push too much. All right. I don't need them to go anywhere farther than my nose. Right.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm the only one,
yeah, a lot of them,
I'm okay with that.
But a lot of them do push, so it's
and of course they're going to push a lot more right after application than later on in the day. But if you can get like a nice body warmth going, like a very soft sweat, even that is enough to push, like to push your fragrances off you, to get them to jump. Right.
Yep. A skin scent. I mean, I think ultimately how it goes down to a skin scent, whether you're coming home at the end of the day or you are getting romantic, it's got to be a skin scent, and that judges a lot, in my view. Just personal.
Yeah.
But other situations, right? I mean, life is fun. You go out and you go to a dance, or you go to the club, or you go to an evening to the theater. You want to project some stuff. So that's exciting too. So that's push.
Yeah. How do you feel about powders?
You're a good interviewer. They're on my. I'll say it now, and I would say it when we do the 5 thing. It's my absolute favorite accord. It's what gets me into fragrance since I was a kid. It's powder. I think powder.
Do you find powders are too do they lean usually feminine?
I think powders are masculine, and then that's why I love Dior so much. They're just, especially the Privés, they're definitely a showcase in powder for me, and that's Damashi's pretty good at that. Every one of them, mostly every one of them. I was trying to think it.
So what are
it's the powder for me.
What are your more favorite powdery Diors?
Well, we're going to bring those out, right?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
but you find powders masculine, because I find them more feminine.
If you think about them in the terms of like how Chanel does it, and then Iris and stuff like that, I agree with you. But I'm talking about powder that barbershop runs on the back of your neck, or your dad put on your body when you were a kid, or powdering your body in the summer because it's sweaty and stuff like that. That's powder means that you're just washed and you're clean as a guy, to me. And Johnson's baby powder and talc. That's what it means to me. And I mean, the designers and then the Privés of Dior they convey that to me more than any house. As far as like the Chanel powder coming from Iris and stuff like that, more makeup-y, I'm a little less with that. But it's very interesting. That's also the waxy stuff.
The powderiness from Number 19 from Bella Despido.
Yeah, right.
I love it. Even Coral Mendel has a really nice powderiness to it, which isn't as feminine.
It really does. I think
Coco has a beautiful powderiness.
Yeah.
Right. Shelly Marr has a gorgeous powderiness.
See, it's been everywhere. It has to be in there. For instance, with Ombre Nui, I'm toiling over that and all that, but I just can't get past the great powder in that. So I still have my love for that. The rose powder, the amber powder
perfume. That's got to be
very powdery.
That's almost as soft as like Sakura or something in that line.
It's very soft.
You're not going to
And
find
it's,
so many as soft as Ombre Nui in the Privé line. Most of them are bombastic. Like, they're not all, but like, look
Yeah,
at this. This is massive. This is like one of the biggest perfumes I own in terms of like
Okay.
forcing itself.
What are you holding up now? See, that's now. I can't see.
That was Ides Fahan.
Oh yeah, it is bombastic. So put that on with a light touch.
I find Queer Canage super powdery. Rich had that in his when we were doing top 10 leathers, and then after Rich picked, I wore it the next day off of his recommendation, and I never noticed before how powdery that was.
It's powdery. Yeah,
I find it extremely powdery.
I don't get it. I don't get so much powder that it makes it difficult. Because I struggle with powder. It kind of makes us feel a bit asthmatic.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that's psychosomatic. I don't know if I've just made myself cough there with the thought of it. But it's. I struggle with powder. I do struggle with powder. It makes. I don't know if it's just the femininity aspect of it, or I think it's the texture, it's the feeling, it's the kind of the feeling that I'm gonna have like an asthma attack at some moment, like it's gonna stick in my throat, you know.
Thick. You find it too thick.
Yes, I don't really get that powdery aspect from Queer Canage though. I'll say that for me it's much more blended. When I feel powder, right, I feel as though that like a powder doesn't feel like it's blended into the fragrance. It feels like it's without the fragrance. You know what I mean? Like it's outside, like it's like around the fragrance.
Yeah,
it's not part of it. It's not something that I like. I'm not sure I ever will. I think it's in the realm of white florals for me. I don't dislike it as much as white florals, but I get that kind of like I respect you and I like you, but we're just never going to be friends kind of thing. You know what I mean?
But
I'm
Rich,
a big fan of powders.
I mean, you know Old Spice, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what 60 years ago, every father wore in America. Yes. What do you make of that? What do you think of that?
So I would again. That is, I like it and I respect it, but it's not something I would ever wear. Right?
Is it
so
powdery
it's do you know what it is? It's not necessarily powdery to me. What it is, right, is it has this kind of like not gluing, like you were talking about, like a bathing, like, you know, like bathing routine, bathing product. It's got that kind of got that kind of aspect to it. To me, for me, Old Spice isn't like a cologne. It's like something you put on when you're actually in the shower. You know, it's part of the routine. It's part of shaving. It's part of like it for me. Cologne or perfume is something I put on after I've cleaned myself. Whereas I feel like Old Spice is something you use while cleaning yourself. You know,
like just in the shower to clean yourself.
Yeah, like you would use like an Old Spice like shower gel. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of thing. Like it's got that kind of aspect to it. Now I don't know if that's simply because it's been grandfathered in, because it's literally so old. It's been around.
I think so. Yeah,
it's in the consciousness so much.
Yeah. That's what this smells like to me, is an extension of that Old Spice, taking it outside of the shower.
Yeah, well, it sort of speaks to that Italian. It speaks to that Italian adage that like the best way for a man to smell is if like the cleaner he smells, the better he smells. You know, so it plays on that kind of. You smell clean. you know.
Right.
And there's never a bad time to smell clean. And I think the Sauvage, Old Spice, those type of things tap into that. What were you going to say, Bob? Sorry.
I don't know about shower gels because that's way too. But back then, people used Old Spice, either the cologne or the aftershave. You get two of those, and aftershave is very masculine. I mean, was my first scent was because my dad wore it, and so I used Old Spice cologne maybe on my first legitimate date or whatever, but that's really powdery to me, and it's really masculine. And maybe you're thinking of like iris powdery or floral face makeup, which is kind of feminine,
lipsticky kind of thing. Yeah.
And then you Brits know more about face powder and powdered wigs and stuff like that. That's all part of maybe that's feminine.
I tell you, I could very much do with a powdered wig, but I could do with a wig powdered or not. But
you guys had these huge little cans of powder back in the 17th century, 18th century, and then that big puffy thing, and you just all over your body, right? That's powder.
That's right. Yes.
And that's both men and female. But
I think it was more. I think it was more men actually. I think it was more men who used to pass. Certainly the upper classes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If they were aristocrats and they could afford it, yes. Obviously,
is that
normal people.
Because showering or bathing was in short supply and they just put that over, or they would?
It wasn't in fashion. It wasn't showering and bathing was not in fashion.
Okay.
It was. There's a myth that Queen Elizabeth I only ever had a bath 3 times in her life. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, it's grim, but that's like the 1600s. You're talking 17, 1800s. As far as like history is concerned, most people didn't have access to hygiene and baths and stuff until the mid to late 1800s in this country.
So you answered my question. They're plopping that powder on top of their stank and to cover it up.
Yes, very much so. I'm going to go and dehydrate. Give me 2 seconds, gentlemen. I'll be back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what a really strange perfume. Have you tried Bois Farine? Either of you? This is L'Artisan Parfumer, and this is a Jean-Claude Elena, and it is very powdery.
Mm-hmm.
It's very greasy and dry.
What do you think about Dimashi? You think he loves powder and it stands out, or is he good at that, or or is that Dior? I mean, it's not subjective. I mean, Dior.
The most powdery thing that I think Francis has created, and this is. Let me have a quick look, but I think this is up there, Dior Amour. You can see how much I've worn of that.
I don't know that one.
This is cosmetic powder. It's iris, rose, jasmine. Soft. It's not really what you would consider an oriental, but it does have vanilla and benzoin and amber, but very softly. Powder usually, I like the vintage feelings of powder, and this is very powdery, but it's taken like the vintage aspect out of the perfume, and it's much more modern. It's fruity and floral, more opposed to like those dirty vintages.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the more powdery ones that the Fev is quite powdery, isn't it?
It is.
It's got that massive
It is huge powder. And that
tonka bean and coumarin are great for powders, as is orange blossom makes an amazing powder. Iris makes powder.
You want to talk about this now, huh? Okay. Well, that's what levels off the syrupy sweetness in Fev is the powder. It soaks it up, it dries it, and it's not goopy, in my opinion. And I
don't know where my queer Canage is, but I find that very powdery as well. I love the powder in queer.
I'm trying to think of one that's not powdery. I'm trying to think of one Privé that I have. So
Is Pavarotti powdery? I can't remember. Is Pavarotti powdery?
I think it is a little bit.
Rich will know.
Yeah.
But if it is over powdery, I know he's not a fan of powders. Do you distinguish between powdery can be dry as well? Powdery can be wet, powdery can be dry, it could be dusty. Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends what you're mixing.
Dry.
It could be leathery and dry, it could be floral and wet. I don't know. There's so many things you can do with powder. It doesn't have to be one way or another.
So you brought up Fev.
Those Pradas are really powdery as well.
Oh, soapy.
Soapy too, yeah. Soapy. Yeah, iris. Big irises.
I look over Fev a lot, and you know more florals than I do. And they say freesia is powdery.
Right.
I've never smelled. Is freesia is powdery, eh?
I can't say, Bobby.
Because Fev is very powdery, and I'm just wondering where that comes from in there. And
I'm guessing coumarin, hay, tonka bean. What else is in there? Big cinnamon, big syrup. What's the syrup coming from?
That's coming from the praline.
There's a big lavender. There's a lavender that's powdery as well in Fev. Fev has lavender.
I don't get lavender from Fev. I get syrup.
I get cherry. Yeah, but you get powder. You get powder from Fev, Rich. Right?
I don't. So I don't. Eugene said he did. I don't.
Maybe you do, and that's what makes you hate it more because you hate powder.
Maybe you're right. So, yeah, it's not a bad call. It's not a bad call, that actually.
Right. I mean,
what's that?
Bob's saying maybe I get the powdery aspect from Fev, but I don't think I do. But he's just said maybe you do, and you just haven't realized it, and that's why you don't like it.
Yeah. Well, you don't hate it as much as the other guys do. You like it a little bit. So to be honest,
I didn't think it was. It's not as bad as Sauvage. I don't hate it. It's not like Uncut Gem or Sauvage or like some horrible shit like that. I got the opportunity to make a little bit of money on it, so I took it.
Is cacao, is that powdery? What's given the powdery beauty in this? In Diorum Intense? Is it just the iris?
Could be cacao.
Like
it's got a big iris.
There's lavender in there as well.
Lavender is a big powder contributor.
It can be.
Yeah.
What's in here? Sorry, I'm just funnying about. Eau de Hermes.
Yeah, for me, it just goes back to Old Spice and being a kid. And
what's it called?
Did you ever wear Bruce?
Caron Poronom is super powdery.
I'd like to try the Carons.
I think on Troisième Homme, a big powdery nonsense as well.
Yeah, you think so? I think it's way too sharp where the powder disappears on me.
I don't.
This is very sharp and citric at the top. Huge lemon.
No, I've got me pouring on. Where is it? I don't know. Oh, there it is. So my pouring on has. I was worried because I bought this after I gave Richie G my pouring on vintage, and I worried when I first sprayed this. I thought, fuck, this is going to be too powdery for me. But it stays just the right side. It stays just the right side of powdery. It doesn't get too much. Bobby, are they coming for you?
You can hear that? Yeah, I got the window closed too. Very loud, very loud.
Oh, they're coming to get you, Bob.
No, they're coming for the Sauvage. So,
That's right. Crime's against Perfume.
I'm going to open up this laptop and see if it makes a difference.
That's good. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I've got a little. About 2 or 3 mils of Fève de la Suisse here. I've just pulled it out of the cupboard. It does have a slightly powdery aspect. It's not huge. It's not like a Caron pouring or anything like that. It's all right.
I get a truckload of powder and Fève. Yeah.
Great. Let's spray it. See what it does. Oh shit. Cherry. I get like a Bakewell tart. You ever had a Bakewell tart?
Probably something like that. But yeah, you're getting the cherry for sure.
I get like this cherry kind of almost like a conserve sort of thing. I get this kind of syrup, slow moving, gelatinous kind of goo. You know?
Yeah. I
get that from it. I get that from it. Do you know how the color of the juice has got, like, I think it smells a lot like the color of the juice. This kind of browny, reddy
maple syrup.
Yeah, kind of color. Definitely. It smells a lot like what it looks like.
Yeah.
Do you have Obsession?
I do. I do have the women's Obsession because of Rudy. Really thought that I should get it, and I love it. I love it. I don't like the men's Obsession. Too much cinnamon I don't like that much cinnamon. But the women's, it's you got to have that one. Made in America, he says. The one made in America. You can find it for cheap, and it's just great to have because it's such a good history piece.
Yes, I know Eugene's a big fan of Obsession as well.
What's going on now? Eugene is frozen, or
no? I'm right here.
Okay,
yeah, I'm here. I loved Obsession in my teenage years. I wore that quite extensively. It was a powerful fragrance, a true like masculine of its time.
Yes,
I'd love to get a vintage bottle now. I've smelt the current stuff. It's just not the same. Like I have like zero connection to the modern stuff.
Yeah.
But if I could find a vintage bottle, I would pick that up in a heartbeat.
The men's one?
Yeah. I have the women's as well, and I love it. Like love.
Yeah, but your friend wore that.
Huh?
Yeah, your friend wore that. Did you wear men's Obsession before you were dating that girl that would drive you crazy wearing the Obsession? Or afterwards you liked Obsession?
I think it was kind of like in unison. I think I wore it before I met her, but then she started to wear the women's. I met her afterward, but
at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Is she the one at the grocery store?
Yeah. Yeah.
So she's wearing perfume while she's working.
Yeah. And then she would walk by and that scent would just capture me. Like my knees would buckle. You know, it would get those emotions stirring,
right.
the blood, the blood.
That's what it's about.
You know? I'm like, holy fuck. Like there she is.
Then what'd you do?
What do you mean?
After work or during work? I mean,
a little of both, a little of both.
On the break or during paid time?
Both, wherever you can. You'll find like a closet or a hallway or after work, right?
Jeez Louise. And then did you legitimately date, or it was just the animalic?
It's complicated, Bobby. It's complicated. It's
not complicated. It's the basic simple. It's what's...
we went out.
Attraction.
Yeah, we went out a lot of times. She was a student in...
Okay, you were a couple.
I think, well, no, we weren't a couple. We weren't exclusive. It's, my exclusivity is very hard to give away. I don't give it away to just anything or anybody,
Well, I'm not grinding down to that. I'm grinding down to, she only wore Obsession or wore others?
Yeah,
or-
she exclusively wore Obsession from what I remember. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Obsession. Yeah, great name too, eh? Great marketing campaign, advertising.
Is that the best American perfume ever? Is it, Rich?
Ooh.
Oh,
Right? Calvin Klein's
Polo.
American, right?
I was going to say Calvin Klein, maybe CK1.
Bigger than
Tom Ford.
Obsession? What
Tom
about
Ford's Tuscan Leather? Is that an American perfume?
yeah, Tommy Hilfiger?
Oh, yes.
Tom
That's-
Ford is kind of niche. It's not going to compare to the
Polo? Ralph Lauren
gross-
Polo?
Polo, yeah.
right. Okay. So, in terms of receipts, Obsession versus Polo, that kind of an interesting question.
Yeah, that's a great debate.
I'm talking the women's Obsession though. That thing, I mean, I just remember those commercials back then. I think her name was Christy Turlington, supermodel, and I think she was the
I thought it was
Obsession
Kate
model.
Moss. I thought Kate Moss was the model.
Could have been. I'm picturing Christy Turlington.
I mean, original Obsession wouldn't have been Kate Moss.
Kate Moss, and for men, it was Mark Wahlberg, wasn't it?
Too young.
Too young. Yeah.
Too young to be the original one anyway.
You mean he was too young to be the face for that campaign?
Yes, originally, so definitely. Mark Wahlberg was not a thing until the 2000s.
Just think back to the grocery store job. What year was that? What exact year were they? 80 something or 90?
So it was in between high school and college, right around that time. What are you, 19?
Yeah. Okay. So what year is that? 94 or something like that.
So I would have been 74, 84, 94. Yeah, 90 to 90 friggin' 93 maybe.
And then when did Obsession come out, Rich, for women? Like in 87?
It was earlier than that, I think. Was it not?
Mid 80s?
Okay.
Probably.
That girl found her scent, and well, maybe her mother. It was her mother's, and she liked it.
85 was the women's. Made by Jean Michel. And then
It was definitely a perfume of its time because you would smell it everywhere, and it was very recognizable.
Yeah. Just think what it was going against. Giorgio, that yellow Giorgio, was just put people in a trance.
What else was out there?
Oscar de la Renta.
Men's was 86. I didn't realize the men's was 1986.
I mean, what did Chanel have out at that time that was competing? Was it Coco? Was it Coco Mademoiselle? I don't know when Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle came out after 2000, didn't it?
Yes.
Dior, what did Dior have? Probably Addict at the time.
The Dolce, no, not Dolce Vita. Dolce Vita was the mid-90s.
Dolce Vita didn't stick around very long, did it?
No,
Didn't make a lot of noise. Huh?
No, you can still find Dolce Vita. Dolce
I think
Vita
Calvin was pretty big.
What a time for perfumes.
Yeah.
huge.
I mean, all I smelled everywhere was Giorgio of Beverly Hills.
You know what it feels like was a big difference between back then and now for me is the texture. It seems like perfumes used to have so much more texture, and today clean perfumes are smoother. They have less contrast. They're clean. Yeah, I miss the texture.
It's the ingredients. I'm telling you, it's the ingredients like what Rachel was talking about earlier. Like what Christophe Lodemiel's talking about. They use a lot more in-house, made by themselves synthetic perfumes, packed with molecules, and they all fit together nicely. You don't have any of these kind of like jarring like things that contrast each other. I would use rather than the word rather than the word texture, I would use contrast. But I think we're talking about the same thing. I think part of it's a stylistic choice, and I think part of it is a sort of a byproduct of the fact that the ingredients they're using now aren't as good, frankly, if you want the truth, in my opinion, anyway.
I think the amount of synthetics that you're using has complicated and changed things, because it's the synthetics that it feels like is losing the texture, and they're all very smooth and clean and pristine, and almost like it's like looking at a droplet of water, you know, very shiny, clean, smooth.
Round.
There's no, it's a very clean droplet of water. There's nothing interesting in that drop of water. There's nothing else to observe but the droplet itself. I had to mute Bobby because his mic is acting up.
I was touching that thing on the ear things that make the audio.
There's a lot of crackling, snap, crackle, pop coming from over there.
How about now?
Yeah, you're great.
Okay.
Oh, I'm downstairs. I'm not going to make a sandwich today, though.
Honestly, I think the drop. So what's Fosco saying here? I think the drop in the cigarette smokers. Oh, because we have less cigarette smokers. Right. So
that's a good point.
I guess it sounds like Fosco saying people wore perfume to cover up the smell of smokers, which is interesting. Yeah, possibly. Bobby, were you a smoker ever?
Not a full time, only because my girlfriend or my wife was still smoking like a pack every 3 days. So I enjoyed it, like smoking half a cigarette or 3 puffs and just throwing it away. But too much I was never into it, hurt my stomach. But yeah, I mean, even to this day, if I'm around, if I'm just socializing, I'll have an urge to, like, someone has Camels or something like that to smoke, even more than cigars these days. But I did, but not for a long time now. Smoking.
Camels are damn harsh, aren't they? They're like
Camel Lights. Yeah.
Camels are like the niche of cigarettes, wouldn't they be? We don't have Camels in Canada.
You're thinking about the original Camels
or Marlboro. You
you
can't get Marlboro or Camel here, or any of the
I'm
big.
Thinking of
Lucky, what's it? Lucky something? Lucky Red?
Lucky Strike.
Lucky. You can't get those here. I think they're only by law allowed to sell Canadian manufactured cigarettes. Like we have De Maurier, or we used to. I don't know what the hell they're called anymore. We had Players. Players was a huge cigarette brand. Rothmans was really big. My mom used to smoke Rothmans Blue.
Never heard of those.
They had Rothmans Red, Rothmans Blue, and the color would signify the strength, like it would be light or regular. I don't know what the hell they call them today.
But a pack of, like, I don't know if anyone knows Dunhill cigarettes, the red pack, they just smelled awesome. I mean, not smoking them, but smelling them. Or a pack of Camel Lights, and you don't light them, you just smell in the pack. That is great fragrance. And everybody, smoking was so big. Like girls would be all done up in their hair and they dress nice, but they're smoking, and then they have a scent on. So it's just so normal. And then the subject of it's just kind of getting close or kissing someone with the breath. Now that's
fuck. That's a different story, man. Dude, sometimes it feels like you're making out with a garbage can.
That was the usual, yeah. Because everyone was smoking in the woods when I was growing up as a little kid.
Like gutter mouth. Absolutely. And if they drank coffee, like coffee and nicotine was a killer, right?
Yeah.
But there was that sense of rush with your first cigarette of the day. There was that sense of, I don't know. It was weird. It was this mix of calmness and euphoria and adrenaline, or a rush. It was a rush, right? But it was like a calming rush, if that makes sense. Which it doesn't really make sense. Rich, did you smoke?
Not cigarettes, no.
All right.
Never been a cigarette smoker. I never knew the point of it. Thought it's a complete waste of time.
Well,
It
you're a
waste of
different
money.
generation.
Yeah, total waste of money. Like loads of people I know smoked and still smoke. But I just think that if you're gonna do something like that to yourself, you might as well get something from it, like a buzz, you know. So if I was gonna smoke anything, it was gonna be cannabis. And I did for a long time, and then I just stopped. I just got over it. And now the idea of
Was
like
it easy?
actually,
Was it easy quitting cannabis?
not at first, but
So
over
it was
time,
intentional. Your quitting was conscious.
yes, yeah. It was causing. I don't want to say causing mental health problems, but if you smoke it too much, it will cause mental health problems. It just fucking, unless you're one of those lucky people who could smoke fucking like when you wake up in the morning and smoke all day, and then go to sleep and just crack on. That couldn't. You know what I mean? It affected us, made us lethargic, made it so that I couldn't fucking think, made us fucking miserable, and I just stopped. And I'm glad. The best way of explaining it is like I just got over it. Like I grew out of it. Like I got past it. It's not my thing anymore. You know, that's not to slate anybody who does smoke it. I don't say I grew out of it. I say I got over it. You know, I used to smoke a lot when I was a kid, and I'm glad I did it when I was younger. And now I don't do it anymore. If people want to smoke it, that's fine. I'd much rather people smoke. To be honest with you, right? I would much rather people smoke cannabis than smoke cigarettes or drank alcohol, frankly, because you don't get beaten up by people in the street like when they've been smoking weed, do you? You know what I mean? Whereas if somebody's on crack or if they're on fucking if they're on crack, if they're drunk, you know, like there's a chance that they could affect other people with it. Whereas if you're just like if you're a weed smoker.
That's a great point. That's a great
weed smoker. Just chill.
Who's that? He's dead now. He was a young comedian who'd smoke all the time. And he said exactly what you brought up, you know, compared to like drinking and drunk driving and killing people. Weed just like, you know, makes people peaceful. It was so funny.
I think a lot of people have been saying that.
It is no people ever fought that are too high, you know. It's a funny bit. Some people think he is Alex Jones reincarnated or something. Someone in the chat's right now. That guy was great.
Who was that? Was that like Andrew
comedian
or something?
Maybe even before. He was wearing a mullet, and he was very sentient. He knew what was going on with the powers that be. Someone will say it. Billy, no. But what Rich said, two guys on the streets or whatever, and they're high, they're not going to break any laws. They're just going to say, hey, or yo, that kind of thing. And but in terms of smelling the exhale, I would rather smell cigarette smoking people than like pot smoke. I can't stand that. I mean,
was it George Carlin?
No. Young.
I know he's talking about. He used to wear glasses. He died young. He got cancer. I can't remember what his name was.
He got cancer.
Bill something.
Bill, but I don't know if he wore glasses on stage. Yeah, he did. You'll think of it.
Yeah, he did.
And he's like, it just makes people totally calm and not be violent. So, but when I'm walking around the streets,
Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks.
That's him. People should look up that bit about him talking about pot smoking. He should. I think he was saying everyone should be smoking pot.
Well, there was a time where cigarettes were very heavily promoted here in Canada. You can buy them anywhere, and weed was illegal. Now it's like they flipped the script on us. They've really made it hard for cigarette companies to promote their own stuff, and you can get weed, you can get pot on pretty much any corner in Canada. Like the The dispensaries are popping up every. You can't get them in the city that I live. For some reason, the city where I live in Mississauga, they don't allow the sale of cannabis. But everywhere else, you can go to a small town of 10,000 people, and there will be 3 dispensaries literally within 500 feet of each other.
Yeah.
There's a lot of competition, and these places are surviving.
Sounds like Portland or Seattle.
Yeah. Weed is a mind-numbing drum. See, I don't necessarily agree. There's different strains of weed that, will put you to sleep, but there's some that it'll wake you up. There's some that will, I've smoked some weed and it's taken me, I've been able to go deeper into my subconscious than ever before, or using it with a meditation completely opens me up. So I don't think it's all very bad. There's weed that, yes, there's strains that are going to make you lazy and fall asleep, but there's others that just completely open you up creatively, subconsciously. It allows me to remember things that I have long since forgotten.
Really?
It allows me. Sorry?
No, I didn't know that. I thought
It's I would almost consider some of it like psychedelic. Some of the strains.
Well, it is. It's a hallucinogen. It's a hallucinogenic drug. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It works in a similar but not as potent way through like LSD and that sort of thing. It's in the same family of drugs, but it's nowhere near as like harmful or potent or anything like that. That's why when you smoke and music sounds better. Lights are brighter, colors are more vivid, sounds, tastes taste better, it's all that kind of thing.
I like the smell of the plant itself and the bud even, but then after it's smoked and exhaled, just totally different. So
when it's mixed with the carbon dioxide in your breath,
I can't stand it. But smelling the leaf or the bud, I know that smell. That's an interesting smell.
Yeah, I mean, weed has it has a bad look because it's cheap and it's easy to find, and it's considered like for the broke boys. But I think it's much safer than fentanyl or coke or heroin or any of that stuff.
Fuck that shit. Fentanyl's a nightmare which you can keep on that side of the world. Frankly, it's fucking awful. Nobody fucking wants anything to do with that shit. It's fucking vile.
Yeah.
They only give fentanyl to people who are dying in this country. That's the only use for it. Like literally, there's no other thing. There's no other use for.
I agree.
There's no other use for fentanyl. Yeah, it is. It's weaponized. Yeah, it's definitely been used to fucking kill people, poison people. It's like the heroin trade fucking 50 years ago. It's like the fucking coke. I mean, Britain's got a massive coke problem at the minute. Huge fucking coke problem. It's like one of the cheapest places in the world to get coke outside of South America. You know what I mean? Incredible amounts of coke in this fucking country.
Really?
Coke at least makes you feel alive. It doesn't make you feel alive. That's another mind. Like somebody said before, weed was like mind numbing. It can be. But so coke. I've seen fucking really good people turn to fucking bad people through that shit. It literally rewires your brain. Coke literally rewires the way that you interpret life in the world. It's fucking crazy.
The white collar people? They're
not just white collar. Any fucker can any fucker can get it. It's so cheap in this country now that anybody can get it whenever they want. There's so much money in it.
But like at the bankers and the Wall Street types, they're just going nuts still in London on coke.
Absolutely. Politicians as well. There's been a massive scandal in their parliament. They did this, the Speaker of the House, the person who takes care of Parliament itself, he did a review, like an inspection, and they found traces of cocaine in loads of offices and loads of bathrooms. Oh, absolutely, that's self-medicating.
That's what they're doing.
That's what drug use
Things
is.
are so stressful. Yeah. They're
That's what
self-medicating.
drug use is. Yeah, drug use is self-medicating. That's what it is. That's all drug use is self-medicating. People don't turn to drugs because they're happy people. You know what I mean?
Yep.
People. It's as simple as that.
So my experience with pot has always been like, and I don't know what strains do what, but it always heightened the whatever mood I was in or whatever I was dealing with. This would heighten and elevate that mood. So if I was sad, pot would make me sadder. If I was happy, pot would make me happier. If I was whatever way I was feeling, it would really like exaggerate those feelings for me. That's what I've noticed.
Yes.
Do you guys get
Yes.
that as well?
You get that with LSD as well. That's just a known
If I
thing
was
with
meditating,
psychedelics.
if I was in a meditation, pot would allow me to take that meditation even deeper. So whatever I was doing, it seemed like pot helped me focus more.
I agree.
Opposed to what a lot of people are like. There's different strains of it. Yes, some is going to make you lethargic. Some's going to make you. I passed out. Smoking like completely passed out cold. This is like that's all you want to do is you have no drive, you have no ambition, you just want to sleep. Right? That's the shit. I don't want that. I don't want to smoke that stuff.
Yeah. I've used it. I've used it a few times recently where I have been using it as a
Call that
like a painkiller. It's really good for the type of pain that I get, but I just can't live with it now. Like I don't fucking like I used to smoke it all the time and stuff like that. I just couldn't. I couldn't deal with that shit anymore.
It's a great painkiller, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Cancer.
For stuff like fibromyalgia, it's really good for helping people, cancer patients with who have got problems with their appetite. Like something that really exacerbates something that really exacerbates cancer treatment is the loss of sleep and the loss of appetite, because people stop eating and they stop being able to sleep because of the chemo. Which is what will treat the fucking disease. So what you do is you use cannabis to help treat the side effects of the chemo, and it works brilliantly. It really does. If I had to have like cancer chemotherapy, then I would take cannabis to fucking help take the side effects of that. Absolutely, I would give it to I would give it to fucking grandparents and fucking old people, maybe not children. Depending on how it was, I would refer to a doctor for that. But like I would recommend, because I take a chemotherapy drug every Thursday, and there's been a few times where it's been really rough. I take it at a really low dose, don't get us wrong. It's nothing like what cancer patients have, but I find that if I have I've got this oil, and if I have a couple of drops of this oil, it fucking all of the shit that you get from the drug just melts away. It's fucking great. It's absolutely good.
What melts away, Rich?
Like all the side effects of like the methotrexate. Yeah, it's like you get nausea, you get like a feeling of like severe like physical fatigue. You get like aches and pains in your body. You get like a bit of a headache. You feel tired. The cannabis just sort of fucking just takes that shit and just like it just melts away. I imagine you would have to use a lot more, and it wouldn't work as well if you had cancer and you were having massive doses, because mine's not a massive dose at all. But it would also help with appetite, and it would also help with sleep for people who are on them medications, so it's definitely the least bad drug. In fact, it's got many good uses,
Benefits.
and if it's used
talking about marijuana, right?
Yeah, if it's used properly, and you know what you're doing, and other people know what you're doing, and it's used right, and it's used in moderation. You're not smoking it when you wake up in the morning. You're not smoking it every day. Like if you're doing it properly and you know how to use it, then it's a brilliant thing. It's just the tweak. Oh, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to sleep, Eugene.
All right, man. 2.5 hours, Rich.
Yeah,
That
thanks,
was a great
Eugene.
stream. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will be away. I hope you two have a nice evening. We'll see you all again soon.
Hopefully. We'll see
Hopefully,
you
yes.
soon. Yeah.
See you later, Bob. Cheers.
See you, Rich.
All right.
Cheers,
Thanks,
lads.
Rich.
Cheers, lads.
Love you. You good, Bob? You want to stick around for a bit more?
I'm good. I'll probably be leaving. I have to do some things. You know, I left 2 comments on his snow picture yesterday, and they didn't stick. They didn't upload. And I told him that, and he didn't get back to me. But then I left another comment on something else, and it didn't go. So they may be flagging me or something like that. But I was just thinking about that picture of his backyard yesterday, full of snow. So I bet it all melted.
So we're gonna do the Dior Privé video, hopefully in the next week. I had to bail today. I had some things come up. I had to help
but then
a
you told me
family
it's
member.
tomorrow.
Then I wanted to do it tomorrow, but Ramsey can't join us tomorrow, and I want Ramsey to take part in it. So I don't want to
Right.
I want to be able to find a time where we can all meet. And Ramsey can do Saturday, but Rich can't do Saturday. So maybe next Wednesday. I'm going to check back with Ramsey and Rudy, and hopefully Wednesday we can
Very good.
hash it out. No pun intended.
Very good. I'm not going to X out. Just, I don't want to punch the wrong thing. Just, if you're going to kill it, I'll just wait for you to kill it. But I got to figure out some things. I appreciate it. It was fun. And the earphones make all the difference. I couldn't hear the very first time more than a year ago because I didn't have the earphones plugged into the phone. So, all right.
Yeah, worked out great. You want to stick around for a bit? I'm in no rush to go do anything. I got lots of time. I don't even know what time.
No, go.
It's
Keep on
7:30.
going ahead. I'm going to kill myself here. I got to find
Somebody
out
else
how do
want to
that.
come on? Who wants to come on? Who haven't we seen from? Who haven't we seen here yet? There's a lot of guys here that show up daily, that show up every single
There's a lot of
stream, but
guys.
they don't want to click the damn link, and there's so many interesting people out
They
there.
don't want to start a channel. I mean, I'm dying for that party to start a channel because I want to see Paris, you know, but it's kind of a big leap for a lot of people. I understand.
Who wants to come on? Spaced out. Come on, man. Here. Come on, stream. Show yourself. Reveal yourself.
How do I do this?
I think what is Floral says? I think we met the female quota. No, I don't think we need a quota. Why do we don't need a quota. Women are always welcome. Women are always welcome. Floral, you're always welcome.
Who said that?
Rachel is always welcome. It's okay. If somebody can't come on, that's fine too. But if somebody needs a little bit of push, just press the damn button. Push the damn button. So, Bobby.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
What am I seeing?
Yeah, what are you saying? What's up? What's new? Tell us something.
I'm just waiting for this general environment to get out of this muck, and very concerned about that. That's what's on my front burner, not fragrances. It's been on the back burner for more than a year and a half and stuff like that, or 2 years. I follow it very closely, what goes on in the world, and I'm not I'm not enthusiastic. What do you call it? Optimistic.
Let me bring somebody on. Hang on a second. Everybody say hello to Kevin. Kevin!
You're mate.
Namaste.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
How are
Namaste. I'm
Is
here
that
just
money
to
burner?
bring. I'm just here to bring positive energy, calm. I don't want to ruin anybody's vibe. How's everyone doing tonight?
I see right through your stick, Kevin.
Shtick.
Nope, there's no shtick.
I see your shtick, and it's
I
full.
I booted up the microphone just for you, and I'm
You
just
sound
really,
great.
yeah, thank you. I'm
The
really,
last time I heard you with that microphone, you sounded like the speakers at NASCAR. There was a huge echo. I'm like, this guy would make a great announcer.
but I'm coming in loud and clear. I hope not too loud, just the right volume, not to disturb chakras, energies, cheese.
I feel
want
like you're
everyone
about
to
to go
feel
into a
good.
sermon.
How does that make you
5x5
feel?
is coming in.
It feels good. I'm curious, like where this is heading and what teachings you are going to leave with us today.
Do you feel that everything needs to head somewhere, or do you feel, or have you not realized yet that
I
sometimes you
think
need
the
to just
only
live in
thing
the
that is
moment?
permanent is God, and everything else is ever changing. So yes, nothing stays the same.
Where do you find God?
In my heart,
In the heart?
where do you find God?
I find it the same place Al Pacino found it, on that airplane in Scent of a Woman. Between two thighs. I don't care if they're thin like branches or thick like tree trunks. I don't care if it's shaved or if there's a mighty bush. In between, my son, that's where you find God.
Wow, now you're taking it to a different level, man.
It's just sexuality. It's okay.
Hmm.
It's okay.
How have you been?
Excellent. Excellent. I've been feeling really blessed. Really, really blessed. I've been feeling calm. I've been feeling good. And I'm just glad
What
that
what
I can
sorts
share
of
this
things
stage
have
with
you
you.
been doing? What has been going on in your life that's brought about this sense of calm, this blessing?
I
Have,
think I reached a peak, a height with Al Manzano's appearance last week.
right?
And it took me so
That's what it
high.
was.
But the next day, I tuned in to hear you and Eugene and a curly-haired fellow, handsome but curly-haired. Was that this gentleman here?
Galen, that was Galen.
Is this Galen?
That's Bobby.
Bobby? Pleasure.
Oh, hey, what's up, Kev?
Hi.
Yeah, what happened with that?
It was just an excellent moment of learning. We learned about the state of men and women today, and in comparison to the men and women in the 70s, we learned about Maxima.
Yeah, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. But then it was just he pulled the rug out of it. That was what was different. So maybe there was something before that I don't know, and had enough. That was interesting. So
Yeah. How did that make you feel, Bobby?
I didn't think it was over. I think obviously Eugene had enough or something, maybe off camera or on other stuff that I don't follow. But we usually have a crack time with Al on, and I'm not innocent. I love it. I love the guy, but I just love listening to some of the writers in the chat, and just some of the best comments of the year last year came from the Al Manzano. I mean, I still have him in my head. It's funny
I'm
as
glad
hell.
that you were able to find a positive.
I just find
from
humor
that.
in it. Yeah,
Yes.
but you got to understand, who he is and where he comes from, and
I don't
but
think coming on stream and bashing people is positive.
you got to have restraint. You have to have restraint at all times, and yeah, that's what you said. So,
Bobby, I'm not sure if you're aware, but a mutual friend of ours, has a great fragrance. It's Irish based. It's called Bellam.
You don't
Yo,
need to
dude.
do this.
I plan on getting it. I'm still saving up my pennies for the next two. But
Well, actually, I just got an email about a financing program. I can approve you right now. I just need your
I'm-
social security number, your address.
I like getting them at a slow stream of time. Yeah,
Mhm.
but yeah,
Oh my God, I gotta
can't wait.
disappear.
you
No,
know.
no, don't disappear. Just live in the moment. How are your
That's all we
chakras
have.
right now?
My chakras?
Your chakras, yes.
My chakras are fine. They're balanced.
Are they aligned?
What the hell
They're
does that
neutral.
mean?
They're neutral. Take a breath with me. See how beautiful that is?
That was gorgeous.
That's all that exists.
Now, is it normal during these breaths for me to get an erection? Is that normal, or is that
That's a
that's
part of
natural?
being that's part of nature. Like it's
Yeah.
not for me to judge you if you get an erection. Now, what you do with that erection, you could be judged on, depending on what you decide where to put it
Yeah.
or how you get rid of it.
I
But-
use it to answer the phone just to avoid using my fingers to touch things, because
Right.
with the monkeypox and coronavirus and everything going around, I find it's better to have at least a partial erection, enough of a nub to use to answer the phone.
So, if your erection is answering the phone, how do you decide? How do you think? Like, how does your erection do the speaking?
I mean, it's no mystery that men think with their erections, and I'm just cutting out the
Very
middleman.
true. This is very. You're making a solid point. As disturbing as this is, you make a very solid point.
Mhm.
Men do
If they have
think
something
with-
on their mind, you're right. Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
and I mean, it probably goes for women as well. That
Yes. Well, it's well known that the
men
woman
will
that you've dated-
deceive, and I imagine women will too, right? Based off of their needs.
Well, Eugene, it's
And-
well known that the women you've dated have had raging erections, and that's fine. We don't judge here. It's a place of calm.
Well, no, there's no
Energy,
truth
chi.
in that. There's no truth in that.
Okay.
There's no
When are you
truth.
going to stop lying to yourself and your viewers? Because we
About?
respect you. We respect you,
Yeah.
and we always appreciate that you tell us the truth.
I love the truth, man. The truth is, it's almighty, and there's no getting away from the truth.
Mhm.
Yeah, but you don't have to tell it all, Eugene. Just a straw. Don't have to reveal everything.
Yeah, hold some for myself.
Yeah, this is keep it a straw's view. I mean, you don't want to tell.
Yeah,
everything,
you
even
don't
though
need to
have a-
reveal everything to the internet, right?
Just keep it to
Some things
fragrances
are
and-
we save for ourselves.
Speaking of straw, my erection is actually so thin. The girth.
You're
is
thinking of
so-
somebody right now. See, right? You're thinking of somebody that's going to come
Yes.
over. Is that what it is? Oh,
I was
remember
hoping
that.
Eugene was going to make a visit.
Apparently, I was on Sunday or Saturday. Somebody scheduled me for a visit.
Yes, we had to call your secretary and book a meeting with the almighty Eugene of You Smells Good and Les Abstraits.
lesupstoday.com, lesupstoday.com, lesupstoday.com.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know what the plan is, but we'll figure something out.
I hope it'll be a blessed time of where our wavelengths can connect,
Do you think
intersect.
that's possible? Do you think
think
we're
so.
on the same wavelength?
Absolutely. I mean, I've actually.
I'm
changed
usually like
my
in
frequency.
theta or alpha wavelength.
Mhm. Theta or alpha.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
beta is
Beta, yeah.
when you're watching a commercial on TV, right? And you're getting
That's like
sloshed.
a
I don't-
deep sleep state, I think.
Yeah, you don't want to be in beta, and that's why people are in the states that they're in. What's theta?
Mhm.
What's theta?
It's like a conscious.
It's an Ontario
Stream.
thing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to. The reason I watch this stream is actually it helps me with REM sleep, achieving REM cycles.
Yeah.
because sometimes I get a little tired, but I put this stream on and I go straight into sleep state. It's a beautiful thing. So I want to thank you, Eugene, for hosting such a soothing stream.
Well, it's good to know, consider like you look wide awake, you
Mhm.
know.
I feel
You
well
look wide
rested.
awake, you look present, you look calming, you look peaceful. This is the best I've ever seen you, to be honest. So thank you.
I
And you're
thought you were
welcome.
saying
You're
thank
welcome.
you. Thank you. And I thought you were saying white, as if the blood had left my face, which it has. It's now currently a raging erection. And I want to thank you for that as well.
I didn't know I had that effect on you, but I'm glad that I'm able to deliver.
Yes.
It means a
Yes.
lot to me that you feel that way.
I want you to listen to something. Do you hear that? That's the sound of my heart.
It sounds cold. It sounds cold. Hang on, we got another visitor here. We got a guest.
Excellent. Excellent.
I want you to behave. I want you to be
Yes.
respectful.
Yes.
And say hello to Robin.
Good evening, Robin.
Hello, Robin.
Hey, Robin.
Can you say hello? I don't think we
Yes.
hear you.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Ah, nice. Can hear me.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Sprechen Sie
Thank you.
Deutsch, Robin?
Here we go.
I'm from
There we
Sweden.
go.
From Sweden?
Yeah, from
Oh,
Sweden.
I like to eat sukerkaka. Do you?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
What is that?
It's a sugar cake.
Sugar cake?
Yeah. It's the translation is
Sugar cake. As if we didn't have enough sweets in the world. Now we have something called sugar cake.
Yeah.
I used to have a friend of mine. His name was his last name was Sorenland.
Sorenland. No.
What's up, Robin? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm here, just working on my perfume brand.
How is okay? Tell us about that. Interesting.
Yeah. I've been working on it for 3 years now.
Okay.
So, and I think with all art, you should not hesitate.
Right.
And you should have patience.
Is the brand, is it out on the market?
No.
Still pre-stage. All right. Can you tell us
Yeah.
any details? Do you have a name?
I do have a name.
A concept?
It's called Katu Parfum. Katu Parfum. So CATO.
CAEO.
TO.
Okay. What's the concept? How do you say that?
It's my brand is gonna be French inspired.
How do you say the name of the brand?
Katu.
Katu?
Yeah.
Okay. Concept?
It's I find my inspiration from old school French perfumery.
So what are some of your favorite classics?
There is one I've been working quite a long time on, and it's the Cuir de Rouge.
I hate to break up this riveting conversation, Robin. I just wanted to say something to you, if I may.
Yeah, of course.
Du är så stilig.
Yes.
Is he behaving, Robin?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. This is my first time going live.
Kevin's views do not represent the views of the You Smells Good YouTube channel or my own
Excuse me.
personal views.
You're upsetting my wavelength, Eugene. Do you know what I just said to him in his native tongue?
That's your fault. That's all your fault.
Robin, tell him what I told you, because he has it out for me, and I'm trying to keep my cool and my energy level.
Yeah, he said, do I look handsome.
He said that you look handsome.
Do I look handsome?
No, I
In
said
that question.
you are sassy.
I am handsome. Yeah.
Yes, I said that you are so handsome.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I've been planning like my brand for a long time, and like the more I've been working on it, the deeper into the rabbit hole I've got it. So there's a one of the ingredients I wish to use is Bulgarian rose oil, but as we know, it's very restricted because of
Are you creating
one.
your own fragrances?
Yes, everything from scratch.
Did you take any courses? Did you teach yourself how to perfume?
I teach myself
How did you learn?
by studying all the materials. So
Right.
I got a lot of materials from IFF, Germany.
Did you watch videos on how to create perfumes? Did you read books? Did you have a mentor? Where did you start?
The one who inspired me was Peter from Fragrance View.
Yeah, he was doing a lot of videos on how to create perfumes. Yeah.
Yeah, he inspired me to work on this endeavor.
Okay. So is it
something?
Kayvon, you're muted. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Eugene, I think your questions were too pressing. You got to bring it down. You scared him off. Okay, he's a guest.
No, he's good. We got to get as much information as we can from him before you scare him away.
I have that. Is that prune juice? Is that prune juice? I use that too.
Oh, this is
RXL is coming in hard.
This is actually white ambergris.
Oh, all right. Tell us about this.
It's a very specific one because this one is the very, very same that Sultan Pasha had. There was this very large white ambergris stone that was broken into pieces at Jovoy in London. And Jovoy, they sold these small perfume bottles with only white ambergris once, like a few years ago. But they did not use all of the stone, and the rest that was left, I actually managed to buy. So it's the very, very same ambergris that Sultan Pasha crushed in Jovoy in London. So for this is one liter white ambergris tincture. So I'll be using in my future brand.
So I imagine you're going to make some ambergris perfumes.
How much did it weigh?
I bought 50 grams of white ambergris, so it's 5% tincture.
When can we see it? Like, when can we expect something like released?
Hopefully end of this year. I don't know. It's I will let it take the time it takes.
So where are you at right now with this process?
Like I told you from the beginning, I kind of dove down into the rabbit hole. So there is what I've been working very hard because I already have 2 perfumes which are almost complete, but there is one very elementary aspect that is very important to this perfume, and it is the rose. Because in one of the perfumes, I wish to use 30% of rose oil, and we know this is impossible to do because of IFRA. IFRA only allows 3%, but I wish to use 30 because I really, for me, it's very important that there should be a perfume where you can experience the real rose essential oil. Like
Sensual
the true,
sensual oil.
yes, the essential oil, not the absolute.
Oh, essential. Sorry, I thought you
Yeah.
said sensual.
No, it's very
Now,
important.
I have a question for you, Robin, if I may. But can I start off by saying, "Jag gillar dig"?
You like me? Yeah.
Yes. And I also
Thank
wanted
you.
to ask you a question, if I may. Now, this process, is it? I find that it's kind of like art, right? You create, or maybe you're writing a
Yeah.
novel. Do you ever find yourself getting the equivalent of writer's block, perhaps perfumer's block, where you have to step away from your perfumes for a week or two and say, you know what, I got to clear my palate. I got to revisit this at a later time. Do you ever find that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is kind of driving me crazy. There's one perfume I've been doing maybe over 300 iterations on, because this perfume, like it, it stood up in my dreams. It became live in my dreams. I was dreaming, and I was into this lost castle, and it was all like marble floor, and there I saw a black bottle. So I went to smell it, and it was the most incredible perfume I have ever smelled in my dream.
May I ask you a question?
And yeah,
You said 300 iterations? 300?
yeah. I will explain, because
But before you
uh,
explain, when you
yeah,
had this dream, which drug and what dosage of it were you on? Your thoughts?
nothing. But it's just, there's so much I could speak about this, because when you sleep, there's drugs kind of released in your brain, and these drugs make you experience things in a way different way. So what you can smell in the real world, you cannot smell if you're not under the hallucination, if you know what I mean. Like,
Have you ever had a
you're
sexual dream like that? I'm curious to know.
no.
Do you wish you would
But
dream about sexual things rather than fragrances? Your thoughts?
I
what?
don't think he's
Say
here for
again.
that. I don't think he's here for that sort of thing, Kevin.
It's just
No,
a question.
he's
It's
Yeah.
just a question.
he's obsessed with the perfume right now.
Yeah.
Is 30%?
Because
Is that way over the top, Eugene? Eugene, what's
Yeah,
30%? That's
30% is extreme. Like
impossible,
my
isn't it?
perfumes are at 20%, and I find them like very strong. The one thing that
Oh.
if I were to do something again, I think I would make them a bit lighter. Like my personal preference is lighter. They're great. I love them the way they are, but I think 20% for me is too strong. But
He's talking about the rose.
I'm only
Quick-
talking about the rose. Like
Quick fact about
rose,
Sweden.
one component in the perfume composition, I want the rose to be 30%.
Wow.
that's a lot of rose. That's a lot of rose.
Extract the perfume concentration. This is impossible.
Are you even allowed? Like, are you going to be IFRA compliant?
Yes,
There's only so much rose that you can use in a perfume.
I know. The limit is, if you follow the IFRA, the limit is 3%. But what you can do is super complicated. But it's possible. Is that you study the rose, every molecule which is in the rose, and rose oil is one of the few ingredients where you actually can buy all the molecules in it. Like with agar wood, you cannot buy the singular molecules in it, which makes it difficult to make a recreation of agar wood. But with the rose oil, it is possible. Not so with the rose absolute.
Do you?
With the rose oil, it is very much possible, but it's like PhD study work, because you have to, first of all, you have to find an GSMS, like gas chromatography, very super delicate one, where you get listed all the molecules. Because if you buy a normal lab analysis, it will only show like 20 molecules, but you need to get the super refined one. And
Are you
found
afraid
one.
of using so much rose is going to lose complexity in the perfume?
No, because rose is super complex. It's so complex when you study.
Right. It's
all the molecules
complex
in
on
it.
its own, but that complexity it's linear. It's complex,
Yes.
but that
And
complexity
it's
is going to change less the higher concentrated it is.
and it's short-lived because it's an essential oil. But that's just, I want it to last, of course. So there's different other things. And like I said, I'm inspired by vintage perfumery, so I will not place a lot of Hedion and IC Super, because that did not take place back in the time. So this perfume, I want it to be like they made this perfume back in the old days. So I make this restriction on myself on what to include in the perfume to make it as authentic as possible.
I wanted to share a fun fact, if I may, about Sweden. Swedish people, the people of Sweden, are highly prone to seasonal affective disorder.
Is that a question or a statement?
No, it's just a fun fact.
I think every country suffers from that
No,
mood
Sweden
disorder, especially
is
like four
Alaskans.
seasonal.
Finland's
The
more.
countries that have four seasons suffer from that the most. We suffer from that here, seasonal mood disorder.
What does Peter think about this gentleman's idea? Does he know?
Have you spoke to Peter?
Me, I'm only speaking like sometime.
He might come out and just say, this is not possible, but it's interesting.
But I'm basically making a recreation of rose essence oil. Of course, I will have as much oil that is possible, and it's 3%, but the rest, 27%, will be my rose recreation, which is more accurate than the rose recreation that Firmenich makes. Firmenich makes the one which is very nice. It's called Rose Essence. But the one I'm making is even more complicated, because some molecules are very expensive, like really expensive, and the more complex you make it, the more molecules you need to add. So it's like you take an accord. There's four. Usually a rose accord is 4 ingredients. If you study rose, there is maybe 60 molecules, and that is what I'm using. And it's, as far as I know, it's unheard of. Of course, you can make a rose, a very nice rose recreation, but that smells good. But I wish my goal is to make a 1-to-1 rose recreation. It's not to make something that I feel would be a better smelling rose.
So you want like a realistic rose, true to life rose perfume as much as possible.
Like, I want it to be 1-to-1. Like, you cannot, if you have the like rose essential oil here, and you smell my work, the thing is that you should not be able to smell any difference from the real
Mhm.
rose and
Right.
from my recreation. This is one
Right.
to one. If you can smell a difference, it's not one to one.
But why do you want to recreate like a rose? What is
Yes.
your inspiration for this?
This comes back to my perfume from my dream, because in my dream the perfume was so magical. So I had to smell it and say, okay, what does this smell like? And there was three things. There was rose, oak moss, and incense. Those three.
Okay.
Those three are very complicated in the modern day to make a perfume, because oak moss is restricted. Rose is restricted. Incense not so. But this is my, like, I go crazy. That's what I'm trying to say. Once you go into
Robin,
the
are you
rabbit
aware
hole,
that there's
go.
a gentleman here who has a rose-based fragrance?
He knows.
No.
There's room for lots of rose-based fragrances, but
No, I just
Yeah,
wanted
of course.
him to know so that you guys could talk about it. So
Hmm.
actually, Eugene has a fragrance brand. It's called Les Abstraits,
Oh, yeah, no.
and he has a fragrance called Les Douleurs Exquises, and it's a rose-based fragrance.
this is the only reason I keep Kevin on here.
Yeah, that sounds beautiful.
You're telling me he doesn't know? The odds of that, wow.
Bobby, listen,
Robin, you know, right?
I'm season 1.
No. I'm
The-
talking
the-
about the
Listen,
gentleman next week.
I'm gonna step out for a bit, but I'm gonna leave Robin in charge until I get back because I don't trust either of you two.
He
Give me a minute,
knows-
I'll be right
He
back.
knows about Eugene's rose, right?
No, he
Oh, that's
doesn't.
fascinating.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Well,
Because,
you hit the gold mine.
yeah. I was actually introduced to this channel very recently. So
I see.
that is why.
If I could ask you, what makes it the Bulgarian type rose? What makes that so distinct? Is that the most richest? Like, say, compared to damask. I like damask. I like nice pink color, light. But Bulgarian, is that the most richest, deepest?
No, it's the brightest, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
You have the other one, which is like the top of the line, is the Rose de Mai from France. But
Rose de Mai is-
but it's an absolute. So it's like it has depth. It doesn't have the brightness.
What about Turkish and damask? Are they the same?
Turkish is a bit more spicy.
That's
It's more
that
spicy.
I've had Turkish and Bulgarian, and I can confirm that Turkish definitely has more spice.
Which one
Yeah.
is in Eugene's?
Bulgarian.
I don't know.
Right? Okay. That's
I
what
actually, before I made this recreation, I actually sourced as many Bulgarian rose oils as possible. So I got like from every manufacturer.
Oh.
And I smelled the one which I like the most, and it's just so time consuming. I've been working on this for over 1 year every day. Is that I have the reference. So which is this is the reference, and then I have a lot of bottles which are. Let me see.
Robin, may I just say you have a beautiful on-screen presence. You're just a natural.
Thank you. Yes,
You're
very
great.
excited. So it's like
No, we
when
feel your
you're allowed
excitement.
to
I think the chat
speak,
feels the
it's
excitement
just-
too.
Yeah. I hope so.
Gripping.
Hold your ground. Hold your ground, Robin. Kevin, tell
let
him
me-
about La Douleur Exquise. I mean, you got to get a sample or a bottle of this, and then
Yeah, you got to try
tell us.
Yeah.
La
Because
Douleur
Eugene's-
Exquise.
So
Yeah, absolutely. So Eugene actually has a perfume brand. This is the one right here, Les Abstraits. And he has his initial release was a rose-based fragrance. And
You gotta get
Le
that.
douleur exquise actually translates in French to the exquisite pain. It is a beautiful, beautiful fragrance.
And there is this Alexander Hersey. He said that Bulgarian rose is the darkest. Exact. This is why I chose Bulgarian rose, because in
Okay,
my
it's the
dream, in
darkest.
this perfume, I told you it was like a dark perfume I saw. And in my smell, it was the darkest perfume I've ever. It's like if you can make something smell like black almost.
Yeah.
It's I know it's impossible, but that's why there's been over 300 iterations, because what I smelled in my dream, I
Was douleur
actually
exquise.
could be. I don't know.
Yes, this
I
is
have to try
meant to be.
I have to try it.
I got the
So-
joke, Bobby. I got the joke.
Are you telling me
It's-
that you're subscribed to this channel and you didn't know until the dream? Then you clicked on the link.
He was too busy having his
Yeah,
dreams,
yeah.
Bobby.
That is the odds of that. So you gotta get douleur exquise.
I'll be doing more of these interviews when I launch, because I really put a lot of time, and yeah, I really learned for that.
Hey, so Robin, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Nice. Do you have a job?
Yes, I have a side like a flexible job where I can work from
You
time
can
to
work
time.
on your art as well.
Yeah, because if I work full time, I wouldn't have the time to put this much time.
Mhm.
It wouldn't be possible. But yeah, but what is so funny with if going back to the dream, is that what you experience there, sadly, is not something you can create in the real world, because everything that you smell in your dream is like
Fleeting.
exalted. No, it's like
Ethereal.
super
Impossible.
grandiose. Like if you taste a strawberry in the real world, it's good, but if you take it when you're on drugs, the experience will
Right.
be
Here
much
we go.
grander.
Here we go. This is what
It's
I thought.
bigger.
So
And
Robin,
that same
tell
thing
us
happened
about
in
the
my
drugs.
dream.
You think he's on psychedelics, don't you?
maybe not right now, but he
Yeah.
just referenced it. So which drug did you take?
No, I'm not high at the moment.
At the moment, but which ones were you on that inspired you for the fragrance? The folks at home are chomping at the bit to know. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was the ones that you have when you dream.
But which drug did you consume? Was it DMT?
I
Was it
didn't know.
mushrooms?
I don't know. It was
It was
when you dream. I
psilocybin.
heard it's close to DMT. Heard it's close to DMT when you dream.
But what put you in this dream state?
No, this was when I was actually dreaming.
From sleeping?
Yeah, from sleeping. So yeah, from sleeping.
Kevin is not convinced. Okay, I'm convinced.
Now,
Yeah.
Now you also talked about the taste of strawberries, but I want to ask you, how often do you taste a good strawberry? That's why I don't buy strawberries. It's a risky fruit. You buy a basket of strawberries, what do you know? They all taste like water. Am I right or am I wrong? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I've heard that with what's it called? You put the fruit that you have in Tuscan leather. What is it called?
Raspberry.
Raspberry. So that when you eat raspberry, I've heard that the taste comes from the smell. I'm not sure if that's accurate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, actually, a Bulgarian rose has some molecules which are close to strawberry.
I gotta say, Robin, it seems like you have a Bulgarian rose-shaped hole in your heart.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I wish it's gonna be complete, but it's just taking so much time. I think people might ask like, why does it take 1 year to make a rose recreation? And there is a good analogy to this. Is that say for example you have this perfect cinnamon bun.
Cinnamon bun.
Yes, you have the perfect cinnamon bun,
Not too much cinnamon.
and you don't know how it's made, but you know it's the perfect. It's like the golden one that makes you go crazy, and you want to recreate it. So how do? You make 10 cinnamon buns, and each of them have 1 more gram of sugar, and then you know, oh, the 7th one with 7 grams of sugar is the closest to it because you're tasting it, making a reference. So then you go
That's
to
how
the
I
floor.
taste cinnamon buns too.
Yeah. And then you take flour and you make 10 cinnamon buns with the 7 grams of sugar, and you put 1 gram flour in the one, the second 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and then you try them again and see which one is the closest. Okay,
Wow.
it's the 4th one with 4 grams of flour.
Yes.
The simple thing with the cinnamon bun is that it has only 4 ingredients, so it's quite simple to get the same perfect, to reach the same goal. With me, I have 60 ingredients, which makes it super difficult because the difference
I'm
from
sorry.
the
Did you say 60?
Yes, 60.
60?
Yes, 60. So with the cinnamon bun, you have 4. Was
One
quite
more
easy.
than
You make
59?
Yes. So
One
imagine
less than
having
61? 60?
yes.
Hold the phone.
So
You're telling me you have 60 ingredients in your fragrance.
no, only in the rose oil that I'm making.
So there's 60 ingredients in the rose oil, and the rose oil is going to be in your fragrance?
Okay, it doesn't have 60, but it's because some molecules you're not sure if it is in the rose oil or not. So you make 60 bottles with 60 ingredients that you think some might be, some might not be. In the end result, there is 40.
Robin, I have a
40
question for you. If we
more or
were
less.
out,
So
if we
40
were out,
ingredients are in.
if we were out right now and I asked you to drive me home, if we were to get pulled over by the police, would we be safe if you were driving?
No.
Thank you.
There he
Thank
goes.
you for the
Kevin's
honesty.
right. He drilled
Thank you for
down
your
to
honesty.
Eugene. Are you still there, or did you pull the plug on this?
So
Eugene will be back.
The prosecutor rests his case. Now, what does Peter think about this, Robin? You must ask Peter. So that's my point of view.
yeah, I think he's
Eugene cut
gonna
out.
say that it's
You're on psychedelics.
too much work. I think.
Yeah, the house is going to fall. The house of cards.
Yeah,
That much.
like you cannot.
But the passion. Eugene is attracting all these people. It's fascinating.
But having 60 ingredients, you cannot
Good
have
Lord,
one.
man.
Yeah, what you do is that you divide it into 2 parts. You have the higher part, which is all the ingredients that are down to 1%. So if you look at rose, what it includes, you only take those ingredients which are contain up to 1%. You understand? So if I have 30
No, I
ingredients,
don't understand. Explain it one more time. Sorry, Robin. Start from the beginning. I didn't get that.
Yeah. So I have divided my work into two parts.
Two
One
parts.
part is the upper most common ingredients in rose. So
Okay.
the first one is what is most the molecule which is most found in rose. It's about
What is that molecule, please?
it's called citronellol.
Very good.
So you have citronellol, which is about 30 to 40%. Then you have
is that a carbon-based molecule? Your thoughts?
yeah, should be.
We can learn together.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we can. So and
have you studied thermodynamics?
No, I think not. But I have a.
Because I'm just here trying to balance this equation. Good God, man, you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, citronellol is also restricted, but it's you can have so much, so it's not that problem.
Robin, would you like to share a moment with me?
Maybe.
I want us to breathe together. It's an exercise Eugene taught me.
Okay.
Eugene is the host of this stream, by the way. I was wondering if you'd
go for it.
Would you like to share a moment with me? I need your consent.
Sure.
It can be invasive. You may get aroused. It's totally natural. Okay? We're going to take a deep breath in for 5 counts. Ready? Begin.
Oh, a long one. Okay. Sorry. I'll repeat.
Oh, you know what? Our wavelengths need to match. Just try it one more time, okay? We're going to hold it. We're going to hold it. Ready? Let's share this moment together, Robin. I'm taking you with me. Let's go.
Yes.
And release. Thank you.
Thank you.
How did that feel for you?
Good. I like to do some meditation. Sure.
Yes. I like to share moments with people, especially someone as enlightened and with such a beautiful soul. I really see that you have a lot of kindness in you.
Same to you. And all this, everyone
That's
that is
Bobby.
watching.
It's Bobby.
I might have missed some questions. Oh, there was an asking.
The folks at home want to know if you're single.
No.
You have a partner?
Yeah. Yes.
That's excellent. That's excellent.
What about you?
Me, I have a partner as well. What does your partner think of your fragrance?
She likes them, but she's not that much into scents. It's fun. She mentioned to me that she doesn't like Yasmin. So what I did was to show her real Yasmin Absolute. And I asked her, what do you think about this? I was like, oh, it's lovely.
You tricked her.
Yeah.
You tricked her.
So, but
Very
I
good.
think it's very common because
To trick
people
women.
know what people think of perfumery and scents. They think of jasmine as something which commercial perfumery gives a scent of, which is not at all the scent that you get from jasmine absolute, which is very different.
Excuse me, Kev. I got to cut out. I got a low battery. Gotta
Okay.
Close here. And
Bobby, it's been a pleasure.
what the hell's going on here? Where's
Stay
Eugene?
blessed, Bobby. Stay blessed.
I got low battery, so very
would
good.
Would you like to share a moment with me
don't-
before you go?
I don't know how many languages you know. You don't know Japanese, do you?
No.
Yeah, you know a lot. I seriously do got low battery. I'm gonna disconnect here. Thank you very
Why don't
much,
you stay
Eugene.
let's share the moment until it dies. Let's just share the moment. Let's breathe together.
I got short of breath here. I gotta. Good luck, Robin, and tell him about Le Dulexquis again, because that's
will.
not a coincidence. All right, later. Bye bye.
Thank you, Bobby. I like to call him Robert.
Robert. Why?
Yeah. Wow. Good night, Robert.
Hey, good night.
Bye, Bobby.
Did you have your own channel?
Bye, Bobby. Good night. Good night, Robert. Thank you.
My partner has green eyes. My eyes are not blue. They're kind of green-blue.
Can you come a little bit closer, please? Just a little bit closer?
No.
I snuck a kiss. I gave you a little kiss.
This is Robin. Right.
I'm sorry I didn't ask for permission to kiss you, but I couldn't help it.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I think
Good.
Portrait of a Lady is my favorite. It's
What's
just
that?
sad Portrait of a Lady.
I'm talking about kissing you, and you're talking about
kissing.
you're talking about Portrait of a Lady.
I'm responding to the comments.
I understand. Go ahead, sir.
No, I like your question. You're a good interviewer.
Well, I wanted to ask you another question. When did you find out about this channel?
Today was the first time I watched it, but I've heard about it before.
You've heard about it? What made you take the leap of faith today?
I was watching Peter from Fragrance View, and he mentioned that Eugen was sending live, so I jumped in here.
You're very welcome to be here, always. I'm actually a co-host on this channel. I'm quite frequently here.
Okay.
But I want to warn you, there are some people in this stream who are a little bit, I don't want to be rude, but dim-witted would be the right word. And I mean that in the kindest way possible. Dim-witted, his name is Rich Mitch. I'm not sure if you've heard of him, but he's here quite often, and we kind of just allow him to have a space to talk and feel like he's part of something. It's kind of like an outreach program.
So you usually go off the tangent, like you guys? It seems.
No, we're very focused here. This is a very focused channel. I make sure of it, actually. I make damn sure.
You make sure.
Yes, like I said, I'm a co-host here, but we often let somebody on here. His name is Rich Mitch. He's generally not well liked, but you have to sometimes stick a hand out and do some sort of charity work.
I feel you're correct. I think you're the perfect guy to get in focus. Like with the
Yes.
breathing exercise, that was nice.
That's right.
It made me focus.
Yes. Sometimes I like to also rub my stomach, and that helps me. It soothes me. Have you ever tried that before?
Watch what you say about Rich
Ah,
Mitch.
I guess so. I mean,
Let's share
when
this
you're
moment together, Robin.
when
I
you're
want you to
nervous, it's like
yes,
gets into your stomach. So if you rub it,
yes,
yeah, it calms you, gets you more focused,
that's
makes you
right.
speak
I,
about
I
the
want
important stuff.
Robin. I want to share this moment with you. Can you please sit up straight in your chair for me? We're going to share this moment together.
Let's do
I
this
want you to
together.
take your
Yes.
right hand, and I want you to put it right on your upper stomach. Now I want you to rub it in circles. That's it. Close your eyes. That's it. Breathe. One more breath, please. Just
But
keep
hey,
rubbing.
you are doing it wrong.
Why do you say that?
You said your right hand.
This
Why
is my
are
right
you
hand.
using?
This is my right hand.
This is my left hand.
I understand. It's okay. If you prefer to do it with your left hand, feels like a stranger's doing it, it's okay.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. I want to thank you again for allowing me permission to connect with you. I
Sure,
really feel close
it's
to you.
important. That's what humanity is, it not?
That is humanity. I want to welcome back Eugene.
Let's shift gears here a little bit. Let's talk about
Absolutely.
socks and underwear.
Definitely.
How long before we replace our socks and underwear? How long do we hold on to those elastic bands? Are we okay with holes in our socks?
No.
Are we okay with holes in our underwear?
No. The
When you
slightest
become
discoloration, the slightest amount of threading, you need to throw them out. Nobody
How
wants
is
to
this
see.
for color? Like, is this okay?
That's okay for the gym.
It's okay for the gym? Yeah.
Yes.
Here, let me give you. Like, these are about 4 months old. I feel like they're already starting to get a little bit of coloring.
Do you ever bleach them?
I don't like to use bleach, to be honest. But no holes. Like, they're still intact, right? There's no holes. The color is not bad. It's starting to get a little bit of coloring on the bottom, right? Is that okay?
Yeah.
I think
I think
we
so.
should compare the socks we're currently wearing.
Right. Do you guys all want to show your socks?
Absolutely.
How do you
I
guys
I'll
feel
show
about
you mine.
sharing your socks?
Oh, mine do not look good at all. Oh, good Lord. But you know what?
I think I
I
have
think I really
the biggest ones.
Those aren't bad. Those are solid. No holes.
Oh
There's
no,
a
no
little, like a
holes.
little bit of linty colors, but there's not
Yes.
they're not like work boot stained.
No.
Those are very acceptable.
Yes.
You can go to a stranger's house in those and not have to worry about being judged.
Yeah, I wouldn't be embarrassed, but it's not my finest sock, that's for sure.
No. I feel like a good sock should have
This sock has character.
character. I've got character. I've got colorful socks.
What about these?
Oh, those are beautiful.
These are mine. The
Those are
ones
very
I'm wearing.
Christmassy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are very cute. Those
Yeah,
are
wow.
cutie pie socks. I call those cutie pie socks. This is a beautiful stream. I think I'm really
Yeah,
enjoying
they are
this.
very Swedish. They are my girlfriend made them for me.
Now, how would one go about attaining
I guess
a sample of
that's
your work? I would love even
when
something
I
that's incomplete. I would love for you to send me whatever you have. I would love to try it.
Yeah, soon.
Yeah, when can we try your work? Do you want to send some over? How you feel about that?
And I guess I could. Yeah, send
Yeah, it doesn't
some
hurt.
that is
What's
in development. If that
What's
is
the worst that can happen?
correct. No, of course. I can send something that is in development, and you can see the progress.
Yes.
Like, for
Well,
example, this.
we would need at least 2
uh,
samples from 2 different times so that we could see the progress, because we wouldn't know what we have nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, or yes, try the first one and see when it's released. You will see what has changed.
Beautiful. Eugene, would you like to share a moment with me? I think the
That's
3 of us
nice.
should share a moment together.
That's the Birth of Venus sock.
I have done that, Alexander. Yeah.
I think the 3 of us should share a moment together. What do you gentlemen think?
What kind of a moment?
I think we should breathe
It
together.
depends.
In with the new, out with the old. Feel that cleansing. Let any thoughts in the mind go. Be one with the body. Be one with the moment. Feel any tension leave the body. At peace. That was very awakening.
It was. I'd actually like to share a breathing exercise I learned during my martial arts training, if I may.
Does it come out of your ass?
No.
Then go ahead.
Okay. I'm just going to have to bring everything with me. I'll have to disconnect my microphone.
How about Argyle socks? Are we into Argyle? Where's this leading to? Here we go. The push-ups.
I just want to share a breathing exercise. And it starts like this.
Look at that gluteus maximus. It's round and firm and cemented. Very stocky legs, wide torso, huge pelvis.
Thank you.
Look at that physique.
Wow.
Is that
I
Tai
hope
Chi?
everyone enjoyed
Is that
that.
Tai Chi?
Yes.
Where did you learn
I need
that?
to hire that.
I learned it.
I know you learned it, but where did you learn that? And were you forced to learn such a thing?
I prefer not to share my teachers, for they are sacred with me. But I'm
Thank
able
you.
to teach it to you gentlemen if you like.
That was wonderful.
Are you offering private lessons?
Absolutely. The only rule I have is we are only to wear socks, nothing else, just socks.
Where do we wear the socks?
Preferably on your feet.
Right. Anywhere else? I'm all out of coffee. I think the stream might have to end.
No coffee, no stream.
No coffee, no stream. No coffee, no cream. All right, Kevin, if you were creating a perfume, let's put the ball in your court for a bit now. If you were creating a perfume, your very first perfume, and I'm sure you had a lot of time to think about this being in the fragrance world, the fragrance sphere. What would be your inspiration? What would you like to create? What would it smell like? What would it express? I think it would be a deep perfume, because I do find you kind of a deep guy. You like you have like you have a very playful persona, but you also have what I would consider like a more serious. I've spent a lot of time with you alone, and you got a more serious side. I'd like to hear what you would express through your learnings, your findings, your being a member of the human race. What would you like to put out into the world?
I think I'd like to put a classic masculine scent.
Okay.
Something inoffensive,
Right.
something fresh, and something manly. Now you may ask, what is manly?
Would your fragrance be, would it be a cologne or a perfume, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter?
I wouldn't even tell you what the concentration was.
Right. It doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't matter.
It's just a belief, isn't it?
That's right.
Why are some beliefs better than others?
I already have a name for my fragrance as well.
Tell us.
Burnt money.
Would it smell like dollar bills? And would it be American currency or Canadian or Persian?
I think it would smell like something between a cool summer breeze and, you know, the smell of a woman's spit.
Yeah, because Francis Cugnon created something called APOM, and it was, APOM is short for a piece of me, and there was an accord in there that a lot of people refer to the smell of licked skin. So if your partner had licked your skin, the smell of that afterwards.
No, I want the smell of a woman's saliva, preferably post-gag, taken from the side of her mouth.
Never fails. Never fails. What's
He
up?
jumped ship.
Sorry?
He jumped ship.
No.
He went off.
Yeah.
Why?
Can't take him seriously, not even for a moment. He always goes there.
But he's Persian, is he not? Or was he in the mentioned Persia?
Yeah, he's from Iran. I don't know if he was born. I think he was born in Iran. Yeah.
So he should have some.
I think he was born there because he's very cultural and he's very knowledgeable about his country in all forms.
So he must have galbanum in it.
Iranian I don't think
galbanum.
galbanum is his thing. It's very sticky and resinous. I think it's a little bit too bitter. I don't want to speak for him, but I think galbanum is out of Kevin's range.
Sure, but he likes maybe.
Kevin was born in Toronto?
Toronto.
I feel like I should know this better than I do. Why don't I know Kevin? Kevin was born in Toronto.
So Eugene.
Yeah.
You have your own perfume brand.
I do.
Can I show you some bottles that I
You
got?
certainly can. Are these stock bottles?
Yeah.
Where are you getting them from? Can I ask?
Sure. Let me get some. I have a lot of them. Let's see if we can find favorites. Yeah, I get them from Cover PLA.
Coverplot?
Yeah. You know the place?
Yeah, they're British, I think. I think they're in the UK.
They have quite a lot of selection, but you need to order a semi-large quantity.
What size bottle do you want to go with?
50. So I have
50. That's a nice
this
bottle,
one. Yeah,
right? Rounded edges at the
It's,
bottom.
yeah.
Really cool. That's a lovely bottle. Gives you lots of room for a label.
Mhm.
Do you want to do printing or a sticky label,
I am
paper decal or metal
I'm
decal?
trying different things. So I'm yeah, maybe I'm trying different things. So I'm trying with leather and even
What's
3D
up, Margie?
printing and stuff.
I
Like,
remember
for
this was a
example,
really interesting experience for me too, and
like this
it's
one,
just
I
trial and error. I was doing a lot of things on the computer, just
3D printed.
creating labels and then comparing one to each other, and then it was just a matter of going through
Like this
like a
is another.
process, comparing all the labels that I created and picking my favorite.
Yeah,
All right, you like
this is a
that one?
different one.
I find that one a little
Yeah,
bit
yeah.
more.
I tried this is just something I tried on
Yeah.
with the leather.
What else do you have?
I have a lot. This one I don't know if I showed you.
No, that's nice. It looks kind of like a pear.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like a J'adore. It looks like J'adore. Oh, what is
like
a triangle? There's a shape there. All right. From one
yeah,
angle, it
it's,
looks like a J'adore bottle. That's
I
nice
like this
too.
one. It's like a
Yeah.
petal.
I do find the curved bottles a little bit more feminine, and then square, rectangle more masculine. Not that it
Yeah.
matters, but
No, like for example, I use a lot of florals because I think the complexity is just beautiful
right.
that you find in florals. So I don't mind if like the presentation would be somewhat more feminine. Because I don't mind, even though these will all be unisex. I'm not so much about gender. This is a different one.
Yeah. Yeah. I've gone through a lot of these. I ended up throwing mine all out. It was just like taking up space and I didn't need them.
Ah, okay.
But I had a good 50 prototypes before I selected one. That's nice. Yeah.
This is
It's
30.
like kind of like Art Deco-ish
Mm.
with that ledge on the top. What about caps and sprayers? Packaging, you've got all that sorted out?
The caps are crazy long. Delay time. I think it's 50 weeks for the sprays. If you want, because there is, I don't know if you tried the recent Array Ledor.
I haven't.
Their recent sprayers, they are crazy good. And
What's up, Anuj?
How you doing, man?
Never been better. Thank you. How are you?
Good, good. Lucky and blessed as always.
Good to
Oops.
hear. I'm happy
What
for
the-
you.
I think
Hello,
I'm
hello.
screwing up my wife's computer here.
You don't want to do that or you're going to pay.
Uh-oh.
Now, what currency you got to use is up to you and your wife. What are you going to pay with?
How are you, brother?
I'm good, thanks. I'm
Very
doing
good.
well.
Thank you.
This is
How about
Robin.
you?
Robin's from Sweden. He is
All right. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he's developing his own. Robin, have you run into like other people that are doing what you're doing, like starting their own brand and getting into this hobby? Have you met anyone
Yeah.
else? Yeah, is there like a group of
Some,
people?
yeah, there is one large group, Facebook group, where we share quite a lot of
Okay, that's cool.
questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Anuj, how have you
So
been?
it's very
Lucky and blessed as always, man. Same old, same old.
Busy? Busy?
Always busy. Always busy.
Staying out of trouble?
No, definitely not.
All right. So apparently, I understand that you're going to be getting in a little bit of trouble this weekend with some friends, which
Yeah,
I'm happy to hear.
Couple of goofball guys that I love very, very much. I'm gonna get up to
Yeah.
no good with them. Yeah.
All right. What is there anything specific on the agenda, or is it going to be like very spontaneous?
Just shit talking.
All right.
The best of the best. Shit talking. Just having a
best talk.
good old time.
Very nice. Nice. Yeah, that's a pastime of mine. I love shit talking. I love shit talking.
It's the best. It's the best. You just start on one topic and then 15 minutes later, you can't remember where the hell you started with what you were talking about because you just, all over the place out of nowhere.
Mm. Yeah, it's just getting lost, right? It's getting lost in the moment.
Love it.
We're quite lost here, so you're all welcome.
So, Eugene, what's going on with you? How's everything? Everything's going good?
I can tell you this. I love life. I love
Good.
life. I'm enjoying all the moments. My life is very peaceful. It's calming. I feel relaxed. I don't know what else to tell you. Some might consider that boring. For me, it's exactly what I want and what I need at this moment.
No,
and I think life has a way of bringing you what exactly you need at that time of your life in that moment. And if you are going through chaos, there's probably reason for it. Like life is throwing this at you for a lesson. It's usually to learn something, and it's to stay away from trouble, right?
I firmly believe that those that kind of find a way back to a better path is because they got thrown a curveball, got punched in the face, got thrown down into the mud, but they somehow managed to be able to pick themselves up out of there. Yeah. And also with the help of people too, right? That's one thing that's, I think a lot of people forget is that when people go through a lot of struggles and all this kind of crap, it's very rare that someone is able to just get through it on their own. They have a good support system that sometimes gets ignored about, right? Yeah. It's easy. It's always easy for people to go to birthday parties, go to wedding receptions. Someone got a promotion at work. Those are the easy things to go to, right? Because those are happy.
Yeah, the celebrations.
Yeah, it's when you have someone that you care about that lost a job, is going through something, going through some crap or whatever, when they're in the dirt, in the gutter, on the floor, and they have someone that can pick them up and say, hey, I don't know exactly what you're going through, but I'm going to try and I'm going to be here and stand beside you and just a hand on their shoulder to say, I got you, to the best of my ability.
And that's all people need sometimes is just have.
But those are the hard things to do. Those are the difficult things to do, is to be there for someone. It's easy, like I said, to just go out and celebrate and ha ha ha. It's hard to
if you can find
and
somebody
it's
like that.
difficult to ask for help.
Why is that?
I don't know. We want to feel like we can do things ourselves, so we don't ask for help.
For some people. But I find 100%. Some people are the different way. If they need help, they're in your space. They're in you, like they're telling you, like they're literally like trying to take over your life, And that's like the other side of the spectrum.
That's true.
you know, that's too
Yeah.
much as well, because there's a lot of energy to harness there from other people. So I think it
Yeah,
has to work both ways. There has to be, both people have to be, you know, they have to be willing. Both people have to be willing to play. But if you can find a friend that is there for you to support you and be there, you know, you got to hang on to those people.
Mhm.
Those are the people that
Amen.
can make the difference.
I don't know about you guys, but when I was younger, it was like this thing where you had like more, I had more quantity in terms of what I thought were friends, in terms of quality. And then as I've gotten older, it's like what I've noticed. I keep saying this a lot in Fragcom. I've noticed a lot of people culling their fragrance collection to have more quality of fragrances rather than quantity. And I feel like I had this back in the day. I had like, I felt like, you know, it was like out of Billy Madison. Oh, I had 100 friends in high school or whatever. And then the lacrosse team stuck a parking cone up my ass or whatever, right? And you get the reality. And now it's just like you kind of trim the fat and you kind of know at any given time, you can maybe have like maybe as many fingers on your hands as you can count. That's how many good friends in your life that you can count on in any one given moment. Just kind of along those lines or whatever, right?
Those special people have a way of sticking around.
Yep.
Right.
One way or another.
Yeah. You make space for them, they make space for you. But, you know, I had a ton of friends too in high school, college, guys that I would go out with every single weekend. Would be like the same 5 guys, brothers. But as you grow and evolve and life changes and you start getting into relationships and having families and they're doing the exact same, things change. You start to separate, lose connection, you meet new people, make new friends, things change.
Yep.
But those ones that are meaningful, they hang around, even if it's not as often as it once used to be.
Yeah, and the way it should work is that the ones that you truly are connected with, even if you don't have contact with them for a few months, you meet up or you talk or whatever, you just hit the ground running.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You don't worry about other crap. You just, yo, what's up? And just start talking shit.
Yeah, exactly. But I think also if you had it like a need for those people at a specific time, they would also be there for you. They just know that
Indeed.
you need somebody there to be there for you.
And I think you should not be afraid to have friends that sometimes maybe even question you.
Yeah, you have
there's
to.
nothing wrong with that.
Why are you going this way or
to be surrounded by yes men is not good and healthy for you. It's not healthy to be surrounded by yes men. If you truly care about someone and if they're doing something that you think is wrong, not to like, you know, like to step in like a smart ass and like holier than thou like a hero, but you can privately pull them aside and say, hey, yo, dude, you're doing this. I think you're on the wrong path. And you're just giving your opinion because you genuinely care about that motherfucker.
Now, like when would you step in? As if somebody was doing drugs, if they were drinking and driving, if they were
like, all of these kind of, if I had a friend, first and foremost, if I had a friend who I thought was cheating on his wife, I'm the first guy who's going to step in his face, in his grill, if I care about that guy. If I don't care about him, do whatever the hell you want. It's not my business. But if I care about this guy, I'm going to step in his face and be like, yo, this ain't happening. Not on my watch. And I'm going to say my piece. And if you don't like it, you can tell me to fuck off. But I'm going to say it anyways because I give a shit.
But that's also a very big message somebody's putting out into the world if they're cheating on a partner, right? Like, is this type of friend you want hanging around? Is this the type of person you want hanging out in your life? Like, think about exactly what they're doing. What comes with cheating? Right.
Yeah, but
lying,
I think that
manipulation.
Everyone has these weaknesses, right? It doesn't. I don't think someone that's going to cheat on their wife.
Dude. Cheating's a big one.
Cheating
is not okay.
It's not okay, but I think it's something that I at least what I feel. I'm speaking from personal experience of friends that I have that have.
We all know the guy that.
And so when I'm saying it, I'm talking about from personal experience of actually having done this to someone. And I think and I hope it worked. I think it did.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it did. But the person is the good aspects of that specific person were so good compared to this one heinous act that the good outweighed the bad, in my opinion.
Yeah. No
Everything is
doubt.
pros and cons.
People make
right?
mistakes, no doubt.
Yeah. Nobody
Are they
should.
apologetic? You know, it all depends on how the situation is handled.
Yeah.
And I think
there's no, there's no set in stone. It's all
No.
fluid, right? It's
Yeah.
like it's different
There's no
circumstances.
absolute
Like
truth.
you said, exactly what you said. It's like it involves parameters A, B, C, and what's going on, and what condition, and what age, and there's so many. I don't know.
and sometimes things progress in such a small incremental ways that suddenly you find yourself in a place where you're like, oh shit, why did I make this? And you didn't even notice it because it was slowly going there. I think that it's very fascinating with psychological because we kind of never expect ourselves to be in that place, and then suddenly, oh shit, I got into this place. And sometimes you don't even understand why, but if you look, it's like small seed growing and bigger, and then it has already bloomed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen the series Mindhunter on Netflix. It kind of tries to dig deep into these serial killers and understand in their mind why they would do something, because for them it's very logical.
Yeah, I know the series you're
For
talking
someone
about.
outside, it's like
I watched both seasons, but this is jumping the shark. But I know the
I
series
have
that
no
you're
idea
talking.
what you guys are talking about.
It's
like-
a Netflix show that was it was talking about how the FBI first started their division of how the concept of serial killer first came into existence in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. The whole concept of a serial killer was not something. It was not a word. So this show documented real cases of the. Okay, let's not talk about this. This is
So did we not have serial? It's hard to believe we didn't have like serial killers.
There were, but it was not. It was not known.
The word,
Like,
right?
it
I
was
get
unknown.
it.
That concept was just not there. So it was this team of 2 or 3 guys that historically put these cases together, and they brought this shit to the front to say that we have these criminals who are going on these killing sprees, and they're killing serially, thus serial killers.
Right.
and they try to understand.
Yeah.
And
So Bulgarian Rose.
yeah. Bulgarian Rose.
It's kind of sorry. It's just kind of
Dude, I don't watch TV. I'm not up to date on Netflix. The greatest hits. I can't remember the last series I watched on Netflix. It might have been the one where they showcase people that lived up in Alaska, like on their own, and they would hunt and gather and live on their own and build their own housing. And it was a pretty good series. I can't remember what it was called.
It's one of those reality
Below
shows.
Zero? Is it Below Zero? Something Life Below Zero?
They got so many of those.
But yeah, it's been so long since I've been caught up in this series or even had any interest in it. I just like
I've
there's
watched
so
it.
many other
I've
things to
watched
be
it.
doing.
I watch too much TV. I think too much.
Yeah.
TV. But I do the binge watching where I'll watch a series and like start fast forwarding through the episodes. I'm like, I just want to know, did the bad guy get his shit kicked in his head in the end or whatever? Like,
if I'm somewhere out and about and the news comes on and they start propagandizing about, like, I make it a point to remove myself as quickly as possible. If I'm at the gym on like an elliptical or a treadmill, I first thing I do is turn off the TV like they got a TV screen right in front of you,
Yeah.
eh? First thing, turn it off. I don't want to see
cool.
it.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
I don't want to listen to music. I just want to be like alone with myself, you know?
That is amazing if you can do that. When I'm at home and if I get on my elliptical, I have to put on the TV games highlights or whatever, and then I'll put on the games where they got embarrassed just to make myself angry, so I go harder on the
I get fucking annoyed even if there's like a treadmill in front of me and the guy left his TV on. There's been points where I got up off my treadmill to go and turn that TV off. You know, it annoys me. I don't want to see it.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's cool.
You know,
That's
this,
good. That's good. Good for you, man.
Live,
I can't.
I think that is where these live interviews differ, because I think a lot of people may be doing other things and having this in the background. I mean,
yeah, and that's fine. Everybody has their own thing. We don't have to like the same thing.
No, I think the whole point,
or just relax and it's easy going.
I think the whole point of a lot of this is, for me, in being in Fragcom and all this, is like, I want to have this thing where, like, what happened to like being able to like completely disagree, even if you don't like it whatsoever and it bugs you and irritates you, but who cares? We're adults. Agree to disagree and still just walk away and be civil and stuff.
Right.
And it just feels like in society, this shit in general doesn't happen anymore. People can't have normal discussions. It's either like, I believe in this, and if you don't believe in this, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and every facet of life, it seems like it's like that now.
Yeah.
It's more rewarding when you're able to have a discussion and talk about, like, discuss with each other against and for.
Yeah, exactly.
That is when you learn.
And I'm not talking about with friends, because with friends, of course, there's the give and take, and, you know, you have the bias because you like the person. I remember complete strangers, like, you know, right now, Robin, if you and I just had a discussion and we're talking about, you know, A and B, and, you know, you're like on path A and I'm on path B, we should be able to just talk about it. And even if we don't like it, we should be able to just have some kind of mature respect about each other's decision. You know what I mean?
I think a lot of that has to do with the person you're discussing and where they are.
That's
you know,
exactly.
some of us, we're all wired differently. Some of us are regulated, some are not, and some of us are tempered, hot-blooded, opinionated, needed to be heard, need to be seen, want to be the loudest guy in the room. You know, we're so programmed that there's absolutely no other truth outside of whatever it is that we believe. You know, it's just hard-headedness, stubbornness. And to it, you know, we all have it to a degree. It's going to be hard to get, like, for me to convince you of something specific. You just have your belief.
True.
Simply
you're
programming.
Right.
I like what Mange Gnosis said, that true knowing is knowing you don't know it all.
That is the truth.
Yep.
The truth is there is no truth.
I love,
even like
having
people
mathematics telling me
like,
I'm wrong.
Donkey will say to you, I don't give a fuck what 5 + 5 is, right? Math is not true to a donkey.
Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. I want to circle back to something. I didn't tell you a story about myself, Eugene. You were talking about earlier when I was talking about when you have someone that gets in your face when you're going through something, if they give a shit about you and they're actually going to throttle you or whatever. So when I was playing beer league hockey, when I first started about 20 years ago, got into it with my team, and we were into it like 5-6 years. We were like our team. We had a core group of 10 guys that every year we're, you know, each year after year, we'd take turns registering the team and managing the team. And then we'd add a few new players, but our core 10 guys were always there. And we were like, became like a brotherhood after 5-6 years. Hockey, you know, the hockey culture, right? Hockey, we're team, family, brothers, on the ice, off the ice. We'd play hockey and go drinking after. It got pretty bad to the point. This is about just about 2 years after I got married. We went to this one point where we had an early game around 6 o'clock at MasterCard Center at Kipling and Lakeshore. and we went out drinking after the game. And a bunch of us drank a lot. And we were drinking and drinking and drinking. And it came to the point where we had this one guy on our team who he was an accountant. So he would do the bill settling at the end of the night at the bar. He'd be like, okay, everyone put their cash in, and he'd settle in and whatever. And he got up to left. He's like, okay, guys, I'm going home. There were 3 of us left. And he's like, we got $40 left. And he slapped it down on the table. And he's like, here you go. You guys can order a few more pitchers. And he left. And the 3 of us, of course, we ordered another pitcher. And we were already beyond drunk. And the 3 of us ordered that one more pitcher, drank that pitcher, and the 3 of us drove home. And by the grace of God or life or whatever, nothing happened bad. But that was like a come to Jesus moment. I messaged one of my childhood friends and told him this story. And I was telling him the next day like a ha-ha, hee-hee, like a joke kind of story. And he was not impressed. This is my lifelong best friend. He's like, okay, let's get together for a beer the next week or whatever. I didn't know at the time why he was doing it. So we did. And we got together. And he literally had his hands around my neck. Like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, that was a 3-second decision that could have ruined your life. And more importantly, if you want to die, go kill yourself. But you could have killed someone else on the road.
Absolutely.
And you would have left your parents, your wife, your new wife within a couple of years married, devastated. Your life is over.
It would have changed your life. It would have changed somebody else's life.
And I
But
still
you learn
drink
from it. Here, you're lucky and fortunate that you had a friend to step you aside. And I know you've learned from it because I've been out with you several times where you come in an Uber, you leave in an Uber.
Yep. If that's not happening, then I'm not going out. I do not get behind a wheel with even a thought of booze since that day. Right? Because my brother decided that he didn't give a shit what I was going to think. He didn't care. He's like, I'm going to tell you how it is. If you like it, listen. If you don't, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's exactly something that I would do to whoever I cared for. Like if I saw one of my kids doing that, I would do the exact same thing.
Yeah. I would like to think that I would do
doubt.
the same thing too. Yeah. Like that's, to me, I take pride in that. I want to be that guy.
Yeah. Everybody needs a friend like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think, a lot of us have been there too. I don't think you should worry about being there alone, but
Oh no, I'm not worried about it. I have nothing to hide, man.
when we're young and kids and we're around other men, we just get dumb, we all do stupid shit, and it's just getting lost in that moment, not thinking and thinking you're invincible and indestructible and nothing's gonna happen to you and you can do this and it's not a problem. We've all fucking done it. I've done it.
Mm.
And it doesn't mean we're not going to misstep down the road. We're going to have our hiccups too, right?
And I think it's because you remember this story is also why you take it into teaching, like learning. Because this was something you just let it pass in your memory. You wouldn't put this into.
We all have those moments where you have these kind of come to Jesus kind of special moments in your life. Not a lot of them, but there are some poignant ones that stick out in your memory that will never go away.
But that's what I keep going back to. You need these type of people in your life that are going to call you out on your bull. You don't want agreeable people with you around you all the time. Like I don't want a partner that's going to agree and let me get away with everything I do, even if it's illegal and it's bad. Like you just no way of learning from. You want somebody that's going to call you out on your bullshit, your little white lies, your, whatever it is you think you're getting away with or wanting to get away with.
Yeah. But doing it in a private way, doing it privately and not doing it in a group forum just to kind of embarrass you so they can tap themselves on the shoulder and say, look, I'm doing good. That's not the point here,
there's
right?
that respectful way.
Yeah.
And I love that challenge of growing as a human being, evolving and becoming better and inspiring others. It's an amazing process. I mean, just to do shitty things and get away with it all the time because that's what you do and that's what you know. It's not cool. It's not cool.
It's not.
You know?
So listen, I'm going to bring it up. It's been probably vomited more than it should be. But when Al hopped on your stream the other day, his message is wonderful. What he's trying to get out of his gut is good. But the way he does it is not cool. That's what I'm talking about. So if he had someone in mind, take him aside privately and lash out and tell him this, that, and the other. But the bravado of just doing it publicly like that doesn't do anybody any good.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his own things that he's dealing with. I certainly can't help him. I don't like. There's way more to him that he's letting out in the streams, right? And I know that what he's bitching about on the streams has nothing to do what is building that fire inside of him.
Oh yeah,
they're two completely different things. Like the stream, guys. If you like the stream, like the stream. Be true to yourself. 65 likes. And I like Al. I've spoken to Al several times. Great guy.
I talked to him 2 days after he jumped on your stream, and he felt like shit. But you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, unfortunately.
Nah, this, you know, right? You can do that. I don't want that here, you know. There's places for that.
But then again, with the mistakes you made, that is how you learn the best. Because you know you don't want to make that same mistake again. You know how you felt.
But some
people, but
some people like making the same mistake.
Yeah, that's true. You know what, Eugene, you made a good point. There are a lot of people that are not lucky enough to have a good support system around them. Or they have just yes men, and if they're acting like shit, they have shit surrounding them. So it's like shit with layers of shit. It's unfortunate.
People need to deal with their shit before
they do.
Before you move
You're
forward.
right. You're right. They need to have
leave it when, you know, if that shit happened to you when you were 16, deal with it and leave it with your 16-year-old self and keep going.
I agree. Or even if not your 16-year-old self, maybe you deal with it for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Leave it with your 21-year-old self.
Yeah.
Let it fester for 4 or 5 years, and then at some point, move the fuck on. If you can, hopefully.
Right. Is that just like men being men? Because men are a specific way. Men, you know, we can get, you know, we love to roughhouse. We love to make fun of each other. We love to project on to other people. We love to get away from ourselves. We love bullshit, right? We love drama. Yeah. We love...
I think there's nothing wrong with, like, you know, this whole thing of masculinity or whatever, right? Like, you know, there's the old school stigmata of that if you cry or if you talk about how you feel, you're not a real man. Fuck off. Yeah. Fuck off. To me, a real man is one who can express himself without any inhibition, and you don't worry about what anyone thinks. That's a real man. That's masculinity to me.
Well, that takes courage. It takes courage to be open and vulnerable and brave and share your experiences with the world.
Yeah.
And you can go all the way back to kindergarten. And, you know, if you were vulnerable and something happened, you'd be made fun of. So it was something that was indoctrined in us from a very young age. Not even kindergarten. Like, I remember I was at a funeral. My aunt had passed away, and my dad's sitting here telling me, "Don't fucking cry. You're not supposed to cry." And I'm like, I was like 5 years old. It was the first time I saw a dead person. I was like, I was traumatized. And it was my favorite aunt in the world. You know, she was so beautiful to me. Every time I came to visit her, she would bring me ice cream or whatever kids like, you know, because when we would have large social parties, so it would be like adults over in one section, kids in another, and this aunt was always making sure that we were taken care of, right? And she was thoughtful.
Amazing.
And here I am, like, saying goodbye and seeing a dead person and going, holy fuck, I can't believe I see a dead person. It was like that's burned in my mind forever. Seeing my
Yeah.
first dead person,
Yeah.
my dad's going, "Don't fucking cry, don't cry. This is if you cry, it's going to affect you." I was like, "What?"
Actually, it's the opposite. If you don't cry, it's going to affect
Right,
you.
right.
Yes.
If you
yeah, yeah.
hold those
If
inside,
you hold those, they
that's got it's going to come out
Exactly.
like
Be
from
able
this
to act
way,
on your
from this
emotion.
way, and you have no idea why you're reacting, but it's because you've bottled up all these feelings. Like you turn into a
Well-
grenade, basically.
yeah.
Well, this is how psychopaths and sociopaths are created, by this shit being bottled up by the pin in the grenade, and one day that shit is gonna fucking explode. And when it
Yeah.
does, it's game over, and it's no good for anybody.
Yeah.
No.
It doesn't mean you got to go around and going psychopath on every feeling you have. Like, I'm not saying go to the extreme, like every time you feel like you're angry, you have to go out and have a fit. But
You pick the important one.
When you need to say, this is bothering me, say it. Tell somebody.
Yeah, share it.
Let
Share it in
somebody
your own
know.
way.
Yeah, exactly. You have to. Like, what's wrong with that? Why?
Yeah.
Why is there anything wrong with
Create
that?
art from it. That's the
Like-
best outcome, is create art with it. Share it with the world.
Well, technically, it's how we got fragrance, if you think about it.
Yeah. That was my La Doulette skis. Sharing pain.
It's
The signature
important
sentence in a way.
life
Thank you very
lessons.
much.
What's that?
It's important life lessons. Being able to share and speak. I guess it's something that comes with age.
Well, I mean,
Hopefully.
life, God, the universe, or whatever the hell it is, gave us speech for a reason. Fucking use it.
Yeah.
There has to be some reason as to why.
Well,
been
yeah,
given-
we got to communicate, right? We have to communicate.
You can't, like, it's like,
But,
I'll give you an example. It's like, imagine like you're going through something and you're frustrated, but you don't express yourself. You don't let it out, and you just start taking it out on people that are close to you. And then you expect, like, you get angry because their reaction to your stupidity. And it's like, well, it's your own fucking fault. If you have a problem, say it. If you're angry, say you're angry. If you're sad, say you're sad. If you don't, it's not other people's responsibility to gauge your life. It's not other people's responsibility to say, oh, this guy's feeling angry. This guy's sad. This guy's too happy. No, it's your responsibility. Your emotion. You're responsible for your own stupidity or non-stupidity, or whatever, if that makes any sense.
Or you expect people to understand you when you're exploding and you're reacting from some kind of past lived whatever it is that you dealt with, trauma or uncomfort. And people don't know, people don't know why you're blowing up because you left a fingerprint on the door. It's not that big of a deal, right?
Exactly.
But I also think communication is one of the greatest quests of all time. Like, there's
communication is what? Sorry?
It's a waste? You say communication is a waste?
No, the biggest quest.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, phew. I thought you said
there's been, I mean, like, how we all strive to express ourselves in the most detailed way possible, and sometimes the words are not enough. So that is where you go to the form of art or some other kind of medium where you feel like, okay, this is my way of speaking, because some people are not the best with words. So how do they express themselves? Because some people, they have, I don't know, maybe pain that they need to say to heal themselves, and therefore they make music, they make paintings.
Expression is an art.
Yeah, and it's communication. It's the way of me speaking out. That's the way I'm working on my perfume, is that, of course, I could have completed it a long time ago, but it's not the way I wish to speak. I want to speak in my language, and my language has to be in the correct
But at the same time, you
correct
can't get
words.
caught
And
up on perfection, because if you're chasing perfection, that will never come.
There is no
has
such
to come
thing
a
as perfection.
point
yeah,
where something is finished.
Yep.
of course. But yes, in the sense of words, like I could not express this with words. You have to try it. You have to smell it. That's
Yeah.
a stronger communication, stronger way of communication.
Yeah.
For me, for some other people, maybe they would not say that, oh, I want to show you my joy by smelling this. If you smell this perfume, you will like feel yourself on this island. Some people like that, like the way that perfumes take them to a new place or to a memory. And the only way they're able to communicate this is by maybe getting there themselves and then explaining. But if you show perfume, if they should show perfume to someone who doesn't care about perfume, it lacks the communication. And maybe then the words are better, but I don't know. I'm going on.
No,
But
but there's a different side to it too. Like, let's say somebody, they're buying fragrance just because there's some young person, just theoretically, they're just buying a fragrance because they're going out clubbing and they want to smell nice because they want to attract a girl, or they just want people to say you smell good. I mean, someone could say, well, there's not a lot of meaning into that or whatever. But if it's they're spending their hard-earned money, who the fuck is anyone to tell them what to do or whatever, right? That's their business. That's their shit. That's their little truth in that. And it's completely different from someone who's a frag head, who's into taking a fragrance and they smell it, or someone who's deep into notes and analyzing it, or someone like me that's more important to them is they smell it and it brings back a memory. That's my shit. And one is not better or more important than the other, right?
No.
Their thing is their thing. My thing is my thing.
that's exactly it. But just kind of finding an understanding for all of that.
Yeah, that's like my whole point.
Well, we all live in our own worlds, and we all see things
but we
through
should
our
be able
life
to
and our vision.
coexist. We should be able to coexist and have, a little bit of light flicker in the head to understand that there is that difference.
That the world doesn't revolve around us, even though it does. The world, it literally does revolve around every single one of us.
Old school T dot, left
live that
handed
way.
finger flick.
Yeah.
You can't
But
go around living that way. Or, the world is a tough
No.
place, and it'll put you in your position really fast.
That's
really
it.
fast.
Yep.
What's up, Denise?
Life will fucking.
Dude, life has
But
no time for you.
Nope.
Our differences is what gives us character.
Yep. But it's
That is what
it's
gives
having
us
the maturity
personality.
to be able to nobody has to like each other, but at least just have some kind of modicum of like normalcy and respect. Like nobody, like it feels like today most people just want to spit in each other's faces all day long.
Why do you think that is, Anush?
I don't know. I don't fucking know. Maybe it's just the world's just growing too big and there's too many people. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point.
Too much technology. I don't know. Too much.
The bigger the world, the more people, the more problems. Just take your own life, for instance. The more people you have in your life, the more friends, the more people you socialize with, the more complications you will have in your life, because now you're listening to more people's bullshit. People love to bring up the shit.
You know what?
And-
That is
and they-
such a good point. When our business was at the point where we were with at the bigger brick and mortar style with 6, 7 retail stores and 60 staff and this and that, the volume was good money wise, but life was not good in terms of thinking about how life is, the quality of life. It was not good. And as I've scaled the business down to being now less is more, I'm the happiest I've ever been in the last like 6, 7 years. I can't tell you how happy and lucky and blessed I am with having less and just keeping it simple. So what you said is such a good point. Such a good point.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes we don't need all this stuff. We collect it, we pile it on thinking it's going to make us happy and it's going to change our lives and this is going to make everything perfect, but that's all temporary and fleeting and goes away really quickly. And then those feelings come up of there's the man. And then those feelings come up again of whatever it is, uncertainty, unworthy, not feeling lovable, and then that emptiness kicks in again. You're like, oh shit, I need this Balenciaga put on to make no shots at that was a random pick, but whatever. You know what I mean, right?
Shots fired. It's on YouTube.
Hey, I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. That wasn't a meaning.
I know.
I had it right in front of me, right? But I need this to make me feel better. But it's not just perfume. It's cars. It's jewelry. It's whatever the fuck makes you happy.
Yeah, exactly. How many times, and I've noticed this, and I think if I can notice it, everyone notices it. All the drama and all the shit that goes on in Fragcom, you can fucking juxtapose that to anything in life.
Absolutely.
And it fits.
Yeah, of course.
My favorite
other
saying,
commercial stuff, whatever, it fits to even if you're just talking about family, it'll play out the same way. There's drama and bullshit in people's extended family. Religious gatherings, there's drama and bullshit in that. Education, there's drama and bullshit in that. Politics, there's drama and bullshit in that. Something as trivial as snow being cleaned on the streets of Toronto because we paid. There's drama and bullshit in that.
Insane. Everybody's got something to say.
There's everything. There's crap in everything.
Absolutely. My favorite saying was like when I was kind of in my mental hole and I was like buying perfume. I think I was buying a new perfume every 3 days, like literally.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about that.
My favorite saying to myself was just one more, and that's it. I would convince myself this was the last one.
Yeah.
Right? One more, and I'll feel better. And then I used to say, I'll figure out how to make it better without having to buy a perfume. That's what I kept saying to myself. I just need this one more. Everything will be fine. And then after that, I'm going to figure my shit out.
Yeah, that's called an addiction. That's what people who become alcoholics or drug addicts do, or other types of stuff. They just say, I'm going to do it tomorrow. And then as of Tuesday, it's done. I'm going to stop.
Dude, I couldn't be in a conversation with somebody, a family member, a friend, a professional setting where I was so absent from that and all I was thinking about was perfume. Yeah. Oh my God, perfume. That's all I could think about, right?
Because that's where you felt in control. You felt you were in control of the narrative. You knew your shit. You had your information. And most of the time, if you're talking to someone that wasn't into perfume, if you had them engaged in that conversation, you felt you had that control and power over them because you knew more about that specific topic over them.
I was so detached when it came to any conversation that was outside of perfume. I had no interest. I was detached. I was like, I didn't give a fuck. Like what you had to say, if it wasn't, I could care less. Almost like I feel about Netflix today. You know what I mean?
It happens.
It was the only thing that was running this motor was perfume.
I have something I want you to reflect. It is that today or this time, there will be a moment that you might not reflect on or think too much about. But I promise you that
KGK.
in this close moment, there will be times that in 2 years in advance or in 2 years forward, you will look back into some moment and be like, oh, that was so nice, so good. Why did I not appreciate that moment? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we
I do.
live
For
so
me, it was
fast
too
and that-
painful. It was too painful to think about anything about Perfume. Like I had pain in my gut, in my heart, in my life, in my mind, and that's exactly what it was. It was too painful to think about the things that and the effort required to go into the things that I knew I needed to fix in my life to make it flow, to make it run smooth. And it was like I felt like I was under an avalanche, and Perfume was like my way out.
Well, that happens, man. This is what happens when people are just like fucking bombarded by their own personal shit.
Yeah.
They got to find a vice. There's some vice that they cling to that gets them through their day-to-day shit. And it's not good, right? And it's not good.
It's not bad. I mean, you can now, I've found much healthier ways now. You know, my process is very different, and I still enjoy Perfume as much as ever. It's much more healthy. You know, Perfume is not the only thing on my mind 24/7. You know, I like to talk about other things, but there was a point where that was impossible, and all my relationships outside of Perfume suffered from them. You know, my marriage suffered from it. My relationship with my kids suffered from it. My family, my friends, whoever. If my friends weren't into fragrance, it was a half-ass relationship.
Do you think maybe because now you're kind of not 1 foot, both feet in, you're into the fragrance business now?
Yeah, that's very
It
different.
starts coming
That to me
even
is very fulfilling, and that takes up a lot of the space, a lot of the
right.
room.
So it gives you the opportunity that when you're working, you're doing so you're killing two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
Your
I'm
business
still
is
in
fragrance,
Perfume,
but at the
but-
same time, it's what you love. So
Yeah.
you're doing it both at the same time, which then allows you to kind of detach that you weren't able to do before.
Yeah. And it's
Enjoy
at
it.
a different level. It's at a different level than just it's like at a different, you know, now I can still
You have a
collect
new
and wear
perspective.
perfumes, but on this other hand, I'm like now creating my own stuff, which is fun in a completely different way.
And you have a different perspective now.
Totally. Yeah.
Before you were just a consumer.
Yeah.
Now you're both.
Now I'm both.
I
Absolutely.
think you perform and become better when you're not like super crazy into something. Like you can see these formula driver, like go-kart people. I have a close friend that competes in go-kart, and he told me that he placed his record when he wasn't giving a shit. Like he wasn't after the fastest score, and that is when he got the best score, when he wasn't giving a shit. So
when he
I
wasn't
think
attached to having to
that kinda makes
perform a
sense.
certain way.
yeah, like when you are so much searching for something or trying so hard, you kind of miss some points. And if you just take one step back, you see the whole picture a bit more better, and
I would
maybe
agree with that.
you perform better. Not when you're super close.
Yeah.
Just one step. I don't mean being lazy. It's just sometimes it's important to take one step back.
Absolutely. I can
to see
attest
the
to that,
bigger
man.
picture.
Taking a step
It's almost
back
like allowing things to flow without forcing them, without being forceful. And
Yeah.
what comes, comes, what goes, goes, and allowing everything to happen without trying to manipulate it or make things work. Like you can make things work in your favor, right? But you can't make other people work in your favor. And if you're
No.
doing so, they're going to be unhappy about doing that.
Absolutely.
Because now you're
absolutely
you're placing
It's like,
pressure on somebody else.
It's like the saying, be like water.
Yeah, flow. Just flow
Just flow.
effortlessly. And find a way around problems and solutions.
Yep.
Don't
Problems
stop at the
will
problem.
come.
Don't
You
create
cannot-
tension.
You cannot do anything against it.
Bruce Lee used
And
to say
shit
that.
will come to you, but
Be like water.
That's right. I remember that
Water.
interview.
He's
I
like,
remember that
become the
interview.
water.
That's right. Yep.
Flow like water. Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing.
I
I mean,
love those.
obviously it's easier said than done, but at least in
Some of
theory,
those fighters have great wisdom. Bruce
Yeah.
Lee, Mike Tyson. If you listen to these guys, their minds are incredible. Their philosophy, their work ethic.
you know, they are not as stressful. I mean, actually, there are even people that don't know what stress is. They don't know what stress is. It's because they are so relaxed. They're like water. They get problems, but it's like, well, problems come, problems go. What can I do?
Exactly. It's like the weather. Like an emotion only lasts what, a minute? But we get so worked up, like when you get angry, that if you let that emotion flow within a moment, a minute, 30 seconds, it'll be gone. However, we get caught up in that moment, and in expressing it, we give it life. It starts to become its own energy. And that moment goes from however long it takes to however long you give it. It can go on for hours sometimes.
Matt, you're so correct. We talk about, like, people talk about this expression always where you have that 10-second window where you let your emotions overcome you, and you might make that bad decision in that 5 to 10 seconds that could ruin your fucking life.
Those are the best 10 seconds. Stop, take a breath, go into that feeling, ask it, what are you fucking trying to tell? Where's this coming from?
Yep.
Right. And then you'll relate to all the other times you've felt that before.
Yep.
And you just make friends with that feeling. You understand it.
But how many times do you see? But pretty much, I guess we say every time we turn on the news these days, we see
that's why I don't watch that shit. It's
are the people who are not
garbage. It's a distraction to take you away from yourself, from your purpose in life. We all have a purpose. We all have a dream, a goal, a vision. All the news does, it keeps you dysregulated. It keeps you angry at this party, at this person's beliefs. Who gives a fuck? None of it is affecting you. Do your own thing.
If I could only say one thing, I would say become friends with failure.
Failure is your best friend, yo.
Yeah. Of course. It's the only way you grow. You know,
failure is your best friend.
You make attempts, you fail, you learn from it, and you move on. Or you try to correct the failure and say, why did I fail? What can I do different? You know, can I do different? Will I do different? Let's try and do different.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. I ain't going enough of my bullshit here. This was awesome.
No, it was a delight, man. Not bullshit.
This
Robin,
was wonderful.
Really great to meet you. Good luck with your shit.
Same
I
to
hope it goes through. And whatever the fuck you're doing, good luck to you.
Yeah, hopefully we see you in Lucky Scent really soon, Robin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Eugene, you're the man.
Thank you. You're the man.
I'm going to see you this weekend.
Absolutely. Sunday night. Let's do it Sunday night.
All right, brother. Love you guys.
Thanks for coming on. Love you back.
Peace out.
Goodbye.
All right. Does anyone else want to come on? I'm feeling like extra. I'm feeling extra. We'll leave it at that.
I
If
just
somebody
want
wants
to
to,
say I'm very thankful for allowing me to speak here and join the conversation.
well, I'm glad that you came on. This is a space for perfume lovers, so you're welcome. You're welcome here anytime.
Yeah, for sure. I will come back and rejoin soon, hopefully.
Yeah, come back. Give us an update on your brand. Where have you ended up? Let us know when you get closer to ideas, a launch. I don't know what your
Yeah,
plans are, but keep us updated. If
sure.
you want to
And
send
you,
us some samples, you can do that too.
yeah, it would be nice to uh, discuss and see what you like.
We got a question here before you go.
Yes, of course.
And Floral Notes is asking what perfumes had the most impact on Robin that he wanted to start a brand. And he did kind of
Oh,
touch on this earlier. And he did
yeah,
mention the classics. I don't think he mentioned any perfume specifically. Margie, come on if you have time.
there is one perfume that I found to be the most beautiful one, and it's actually quite the reason. No, it's not an old perfume. It's from Adré Ledor. It's the Russian Musk. I find that one to be just speaking to me in another way. But I'm really surprised every time I get my hands on some new or some old vintage perfumes that I haven't tried, and I think they are just all so wonderful. Even Sultan Pasha, his latest release, the Sacred Scarab, was something I did not expect, but it was so wonderful. And
Yeah, I'm not
I
very
think
familiar with Arish.
but have you tried the Sacred Scarab?
Yeah, I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, it's because I kind of look at perfumery in a different way, I think, to some of my perfume friends, because I look from how perfumes are made. So my view is kind of different, and I find the way Sultan Pasha created that one was masterful. I think he put a lot of time and effort into blending that one, because it's when you have to follow all these IFRA rules, you are somewhat set on restrictions, but at the same time, not so much. But
Do you have any favorite perfumers that you look up to outside of Sultan Pasha? And
yeah, Jean-Claude Elena, because he does something which is the opposite of what I am doing, because he creates very, I would say, transparent, very clean perfumes, but still with complexity. And he's like uses a lot of Hedione. He's a lover of Hedione, but then again he uses trace ingredients in such a way which is super complex, and that only comes with the skills of a master perfumery. Like for
but those
me,
trace amounts, they really help out with blending, don't they?
yeah, and
With smoothing
they
out.
allow you to create something that the common most perfumers would not go there, because yeah, I find him to make very easygoing. Like a lot of people would like Elena Cloud's perfumes, but if you, because they're simple, there's a simplicity with these trace molecules, there's a complexity that I think a lot of people don't see, and that is fascinating for me, because I know that it's very, very difficult to work on. There are even some molecules, because they're so strong, they're super potent. It's kind of difficult to make good blending, because you have to be very precise with the amount that you're using, opposed to these more common ingredients that you can have an overdose and it doesn't matter. Maybe it even becomes something nice. But with Jean-Claude Elena, it's more difficult to overdose with the things, with the trace molecules that he uses. So it's a very refined artistic hand that requires to make some of the perfumes that he makes. And I think very few people recognize that with his work.
What's your favorite Jean-Claude Elena?
Oh, I don't know. There's
All right, which one of his perfumes do you think best represent his style? Is it Terre de Hermès? Is it Declaration? Is it something from the Hermescence? Is it Voyage?
I think, like, if you say like Terre de Hermès, the Hermès line, it has simplicity. It's very easygoing, but there is beautiful. There's no harsh molecules in my mind, like no harsh notes that you find in the Hermès line. It's just beautiful.
Right.
It's
super
not,
smooth.
Yeah, it's it's elegant.
Very elegant.
Is the word. Very, very elegant.
And when you come across one of his perfumes out in public, there is this softness to his perfumes.
Exactly. And still with this softness, people have difficult to create that in the way that some of these Hermès perfumes are made. Or because I think that is also what I mean, there's a reason why the Hermès perfumes are so sought after, so to speak. So many people like them. I mean, like us perfume connoisseurs, we usually search for something with depth and a lot of complexity. So we wouldn't perhaps search for Hermès when we go on an adventure. But we still, I think most of us are surprised at like, oh, these Hermès perfumes are very nice, very elegant. And they are indeed made by an incredible perfumer. I think it's like with painting, that the most simple ones are the most difficult ones. And I think that is what inspires older artists. I mean that simplicity is what inspires older artists. That it's the detail is in the devil is in the detail.
Do you think like Jean-Claude Elena obviously has his own style, like he has his signature aesthetic. It's not in every single perfume, but it runs throughout a lot of them. Do you think that his style is a reflection of his person, his persona?
I think so.
The character that he is, the man that he is, it's like an extension of
course.
himself, of his mind, of his.
It must be. It must be.
Do you think every perfumer creates like that?
Yes, that we create ourselves, or like what's within me is what I create. So, of course, everything that I have been inspired by is somehow affecting the way I make my perfumes.
So what
And this
what
is
do Hermes
this is-
perfumes say about Jean-Claude Elena?
I mean, you talked about you talked about rose and queer
Mm-hmm.
before, did you not?
Yeah.
And I think that one is also by Jean-Claude Elena, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like that one fascinated me because when I smelt it, I understood why he did not want to use real rose. It's like when I smelled it, I was like, okay, of course he's not, because I love real rose, and here is a perfume with no real rose. But I understood the reason, and I agree with him that if you would place real rose in it, it would not be the same. It would not become
Absolutely.
better. And it comes to the simplicity, because if you add rose to that perfume, it gains a complexity which distracts from the simplicity.
I think that was his intention. That was Frederic Malle and Jean-Claude Elena's point when they created it. And I think it almost feels like an agreement between them is let's create a rose perfume, not using any rose. Let's create a rose using other materials,
Yeah,
you know?
but it works so nice because he uses isobutyl quinoline, EBQ,
Yeah.
for that perfume, and that molecule works with rose in that way as it does in the rose and queer. It's like that molecule creates the rose. It sounds wrong, but it adds, without the leather note, you would not have the same rose.
You think it's an easy perfume to create? Like the idea, it's so minty, mentholated. That's that geranium, that bourbon geranium. There's a lot of mint in here, like a lot.
I mean,
Sparkling incensey mint. I mean, for the amount of the little amount of materials here, it is quite complex.
yeah. I mean, he's creating a scent which is very simple, but it's very detailed. It's like realistic. It's fulfilled. The scent is fulfilled.
It's a very full perfume.
It is, but it's so simple.
It's
And
so simple, but it's
no,
deep
I mean,
and layered.
yeah. I'm saying I could not create that. At this stage, I could create something like, I mean, the composition is not that complex.
No, but the idea,
the idea, yes, the idea is No,
It's like
I
let's
cannot.
create a rose using. I mean, they carry very
Yeah, yeah.
similar facets.
And it's not only about let's create a new rose. It's like, okay, but how do you want this new rose to be?
Hmm.
And you go
It's
that
very
way, you
future.
create.
Do you find it futuristic? It doesn't feel of this
Oh,
era
it's
or from the past. It feels very much
like,
like into a place that we haven't been yet. We are going
yes,
into this place.
that's what I mean. It's
It
like
feels slightly
creating.
metallic,
It's like
very
painting a new
sparkly.
painting that you have never painted before, or like no one has ever painted before. How would you go to paint that? It's like, where does the inspiration come? It's
Where does
that
inspiration come?
fascinates me.
Where does inspiration come?
Oh, I think it comes from everything. Like I know when I started filmmaking, I knew that I wanted I wanted to see things in a new way. So what I did was I went to a lot of art galleries, and I tried to understand these paintings in the way, in the eye of the painter, and that helped me. Like that mentality of thinking helped me to see things in new ways. It's kind
But
of maybe sounds cliche, but it's like
I think when we're
think.
looking at artists' work, a lot of times we're not able to perceive or understand or know what they were feeling. We attach our own feelings to the art
Yes,
and what it
of course,
pulls from inside of us.
but
That's what we project onto art.
but something
Sometimes you
you
can hit it.
don't.
Sometimes you're able to hit
Yeah, but something that
or
we do
guess
not
correctly.
is that we don't reflect when we
Do
see
you
art.
meditate at all?
Sometimes.
That's where I find my greatest inspirations come. My best ideas come when I'm alone with just a very present mind, like
Yeah.
being with my body instead of my mind, being thoughtless. And then that's where I find, like, when I'm with my body, my heart, my breath, that's where I feel as you're trying not, you're trying to separate from thought. That's when the greatest thoughts come. That's when the greatest ideas come for me.
Exactly. And yeah, if sometimes you get these brilliant ideas, and that is when you should take advantage of them. And I think the the perfume that I got in my dream is one that I wish to create, but I also know that I can never create it because the way
Don't
I.
say that. Don't say that. You found it in a dream. That means it exists. I'm going to urge you to try meditation. Just be
Yeah,
alone. Turn off the lights, turn off your cell phone, your YouTube, all your devices. Be alone, close your eyes, connect with your breath, and you will see it's kind of difficult
I
to
mean,
master
I
that, but
mean,
you will see soon. You fall into almost like a trance. It's almost like a dream state. You know that moment right before you fall asleep and you get those ideas, but you can never
yeah.
remember them.
What I meant is that it's two different physical words where you cannot create the same thing that you smell because you smell it in a different way. But
Right.
what I can do is I can create a perfume that for me gives the same feeling of scent
Yeah, you
that
can
I
come as
got
close
in
as
the dream.
possible.
Yes, that's what I mean. I can, yeah, that's what I'm working on, to get as close as possible to the feeling. But yeah, it's fun.
There you go.
I
Good
I
for
know
you.
even, and you kind of discover things you never thought you would. It's like with oak moss. People say it's very restricted, and yes, it is. but there are oak moss molecules which people don't necessarily know about. Which there is a molecule in oak moss which is called orchinyl, which I don't think so many people have heard of. They know veramos, which is not in oak moss, but it smells close to oak moss. But orchinyl actually contains in oak moss, and you can use that as much as possible.
Right.
So you can, but it's a super expensive ingredient. But you can use it to extend real oak moss. So you can have real oak moss
Yeah,
to the limit.
You can still
And then-
use oak moss.
Yeah, of course. But
It's a matter
I
of how
mean,
much.
if you want, if it's
And the part
0.
of the oak moss, there's certain parts that are restricted.
Yeah, they are removed, or you cannot use the oak moss. But yeah, the oak moss is still beautiful. The one that is compliant, it's super beautiful. So you use that to an extent, which is the limit. And then if you want to use more, there are more alternatives that people might not think about. Even some perfumers don't even know that there are more possibilities than there actually is. Like for my perfume, I'm using three different oak moss
Variations.
ingredients. No, 3 ingredients from oak moss in my perfume. And veramos is not one of them.
Okay.
So that's it.
I can't help you on that.
No, I just wanted to say that there are oftentimes more possibilities if you're willing to search and maybe spend the money to use them.
Robin, this has been a blast.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much for coming on.
Having a talk.
It's been a long time since I pulled since we've had a 5-hour stream here, but it was fun. I did enjoy this. We had a lot of great guests, a lot of great people in the chat. Thank you for your time and sharing your story with us. Come back whenever you feel like. All right. Good to see you.
I hope it was nice for those people listening.
Yeah, I'm sure they enjoyed. There's still 30 people here on, what is it? It's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. All right. I had a shower midstream. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to go shower and get dressed.
Nice. Yeah.
All right.
I'll go to bed.
Thanks for being a soldier, and we'll talk to you soon. Everybody in the chat, good night. Love you.
Thank you.
See you soon. Bye.